Order, and today we're going to consider three bills. First is H.R. 4373, the State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill. This measure will help marginalized communities and low-income countries recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, counter governments abroad that try to undermine the core values of democracy, and help millions of people around the world at risk of hunger, disease, and displacement due to the climate change. Second is H.R. 4505, the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill. This measure will help American manufacturers support programs that reduce gun violence and fund groundbreaking research that will help us further tackle the climate crisis among many priorities. Third is H.R. 4346, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Bill. Following the insurrection on January 6th, this measure will help protect the Capitol and fund training, recruitment, and readiness of the Capitol Police. It will give congressional offices the resources to retain staff, develop legislation, and conduct oversight on behalf of the American people. And it will also strengthen key agencies like the Congressional Research Service, the Congressional Budget Office, and the Government Publishing Office. It has already been a busy time this week as this committee works through 10 appropriations bills to fund our government for the upcoming fiscal year. I once again want to recognize the outstanding work of the staff on both sides in the Appropriations Committee and on the Rules Committee, who have sorted through more than 1,000 amendments and revisions. Before we turn to our witnesses today, let me begin by turning to our ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any comments he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by associating myself with your remarks about the extraordinary work of our Rules Committee staff and Approach staff in helping us work through a monumental amount of material. Today's hearing covers three appropriations bills: State and Foreign Operations, Commerce, Justice, and Science, and the Legislative Branch. Collectively, these three bills encompass $147 billion in spending, a 13% increase from the fiscal year 2021. I have many of the same criticism of these three bills as I raised in our hearing on H.R. 4502 yesterday. First, these bills are marked to the same unrealistic 302B allocations as the bills reviewed yesterday. The proposed spending levels call for an increase in non-defense discretionary spending of 17%, while calling for an increase in defense spending of just 1%. That defense level is below even that requested by President Biden in his proposed budget. At a time of global crisis, we cannot afford to return to the chronic underfunding of our military that was a hallmark of the Obama-Biden years. Yet with the majority's proposed allocation numbers, that's exactly what Democrats are proposing here. By contrast, the Bipartisan National Defense Strategy Commission called for a 3 to 5% increase this year just in order to keep pace with current threats around the world. I think the warning is one that the House should take seriously. Second, each of the bills reported out of the Appropriations Committee renews longstanding bipartisan policies that have been carried in appropriations packages for decades. In turn, these policies have been replaced with liberal and progressive riders that simply cannot pass both chambers and become law. In H.R. 4373, the State and Foreign Operations budget, the majority has chosen to strip out longstanding bipartisan policies like the Helms Amendment, which prohibits foreign aid from being used for abortion. The majority has modified the Kemp-Casten Amendment, which restricts funding from going to any organization that supports a program of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization, limiting it so that it would only apply to involuntary sterilization. And it doubles funding for the United Nations Population Fund, which has historically supported those exact policies of coercive abortion or involuntary sterilization in countries like China. Similarly, in H.R. 4505, the Commerce, Justice, and Science Bill, the majority has removed longstanding bipartisan language restricting the Department of Justice from spending taxpayer dollars on abortion. On the what the Democrats are stripping are policies that have been supported on a bipartisan basis in the past, including by this current Democratic majority, since all of those these were included in last year's spending package. In order to reach a final spending deal this year, each of these partisan policy riders must come out, and the bipartisan policies that have historically been included must be restored. There's simply no other way to pass appropriations bills through both chambers of Commerce and ultimately into law. I'll repeat what I said during yesterday's hearing. The majority must decide if they're here to make political points or to make law. The bills before us today, along with the ones we considered Monday, suggest that making points is their goal. I do hope that they rethink this path and urge them to do so if they ever hope to get the appropriations bills for fiscal and enacted into law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 4373, H.R. 4346, and H.R. 4505. Chairwoman Lee, Ranking Member Rogers, Chairman Ryan, Ranking Member Herrera-Butler, Chairman Cartwright, and Ranking Member Palazzo. We're delighted that you are here. You guys can sit over there if you want. I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, for any opening remarks, and please feel free to summarize your statements if you like.
Will do.
And Congressman Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, am I on? Yes. And members of the Rules Committee. As Chairwoman, I'm pleased to present this year's Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriations Bill. The bill provides $62.24 billion in new discretionary budget authority, which is $6.7 billion above the fiscal 2021 enacted level. And I just want to thank our ranking member for working with us. We worked together on many provisions of this bill. And even though we have our disagreements, we still were able to include many provisions of the minority. For a fraction of the overall federal budget, the House bill equips the Biden-Harris administration with critical funding to address the multitude of global challenges we face as a reliable ally, credible partner, and trusted leader. The world continues to combat a once-in-a-century devastating pandemic. The House bill invests $10.6 billion in global health and the prevention of future pandemics by improving the surveillance, detection, and response capabilities of developing countries around the world, and increases investments in childhood vaccinations, maternal health, tuberculosis, and HIV to aid their recovery from pandemic setbacks. The COVID pandemic has also caused significant economic and social harm. That's why the development investments in this bill are especially crucial as we strive to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, including eliminating extreme poverty, achieving an AIDS-free generation, and supporting efforts to build inclusive, equitable, and accountable societies for everyone. The bill also restores America's leadership in combating the climate crisis by including a $1.6 billion contribution to the Green Climate Fund, the first direct appropriation for this fund. This contribution is part of more than $3 billion in funding included for environmental programs. These funds will assist millions of people at greater risk of hunger, disease, and displacement due to climate change. For the health and safety of women and their families, the bill permanently repeals the global gag rule and stops counterproductive restrictions on family planning and health funding, while increasing funding to ensure that millions of women can access critically needed health care. Crucially and of great importance to me, the bill also helps ensure that our nation's diplomatic and development workforce reflects the diversity of the American people by increasing funding authority and guidance to equip the Secretary of State and USAID Administrator to increase diversity and inclusion in the nation's international affairs workforce. The House bill reaffirms Congress's support for a two-state solution in the Middle East, maintains our commitment to international basic education, designates new funding to support the rights and empowerment of women in Afghanistan, and provides the requested funding for Central America. The bill also provides critical support for vulnerable communities in Africa and for our neighbors in the Caribbean, two regions that oftentimes have historically been under-prioritized in U.S. foreign policy. I'm especially pleased that what we were able to do for the Caribbean in this bill. The islands of the Caribbean represents America's third border. We share a vibrant cultural, social, and economic bond with the Caribbean. 13 million Americans, over 4% of the United States population, trace their heritage to the Caribbean. The FY22 SFOPS bill includes $105 million for the Caribbean, a 25% increase over last year's enacted amount. A portion of this funding will go to support the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, a landmark arrangement that allows the United States government to partner with Caribbean countries on shared security challenges like transnational crime. The bill further includes $10 million for new projects in the Caribbean to promote inclusive economic growth. We also include support for the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to bring renewed diplomatic focus and resources to address the urgent needs of the Northern Triangle countries of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, especially through addressing the root causes of migration. The halt in United States assistance during the previous administration cost critical time and credibility needed to make progress on human rights, economic opportunity, combating corruption, and upholding the rule of law. Our bill provides the resources as well as accountability to support progress and long-lasting impact toward this goal, especially on fighting corruption and impunity in the region. Finally, I want to highlight that the subcommittee received more than 6,500 requests from both Democrats and Republicans for our fiscal 22 bill, and we worked diligently to ensure that members' priorities are reflected to the greatest extent possible. As the new chairwoman of this very important subcommittee, I'm very proud that the bill and report before you today provides much-needed investments in the health and safety of our global community and in improving the lives and livelihoods of millions of people around the world. This bill is an opportunity to reset the priorities from those of the previous 4 years. It is essential that we not let that opportunity slip by. I request an appropriate rule for floor consideration of H.R. 4373, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole, distinguished members of this Rules Committee. I want to congratulate our new subcommittee chair on bringing forward this bill, her very first one. I have fundamental disagreements with many of the provisions in the bill, but I appreciate her efforts to accommodate member priorities where she was able to. The State and Foreign Operations Bill provides important funding for our national security. It includes resources for many bipartisan priorities, such as funding for Israel and other key partners. It funds embassy security and programs to counter transnational criminal organizations, as well as the deadly flow of opioids and other illegal drugs. Although this funding bill maintains many of our critical commitments abroad, it includes far too many extreme partisan measures that jeopardize bipartisan support. My greatest concern is the unprecedented removal of the most important condition to any federal appropriations bill, that no funds can be used to pay for abortion. In this bill, it's a direct hit to the sanctity of life around the world. The bill also includes over $3 billion for climate change programs, including nearly $2 billion for controversial and ill-advised contributions for international climate funds, such as the Green Climate Fund. At a time when American families continue to struggle to make ends meet and foreign aid is under great scrutiny, proposing such egregious and politically motivated misuses of taxpayer funding adds insult to injury. Finally, I remain concerned about unchecked spending. The funding in the State Foreign Operations Bill is an increase of 12% over the fiscal year 21 enacted level. I have serious concerns about the magnitude of this increase, and I hope this body will carefully consider the long-term consequences of such reckless spending. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I hope the committee will report out a rule that allows for an open and transparent process. We all know this bill in its current form has no chance of getting enacted. And we need to get a rule that permits consideration of amendments that will give this bill a better shot at becoming law. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, thank you for your consideration. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, thank you, and distinguished members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify in front of you all today in support of H.R. 4346, the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act. This bill makes a substantial investment in expanding recruitment and retention of staff, prioritizing funding to expand diversity and inclusion campus-wide, and funding needed investments to support the day-to-day operations of the House. This bill totals $4.8 billion for the legislative branch for fiscal year 2022, which is a 13.8% increase over the previous fiscal year. Included within this bill is a 21% increase for the MRA, which covers staff and district office space and day-to-day operations for lawmakers to best serve their constituents. This has been a priority for our committee as we recognize the important role of expanding pay and benefits for our staff as we strive to recruit a more diverse workforce in our offices and then to retain these staff instead of losing them consistently to the private sector. Additionally, this year's report directed the Chief Administrative Officer to conduct a benefit and retention study to look at possibilities such as tuition credits, the creation of 529 accounts, a house-wide leave policy, and child care subsidies so that we can continue to meet the needs of existing and future staff, as we said, to compete with the private sector. The report provides an additional $350,000 to establish a task force within the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer to include the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights, and any other House office as may be necessary to develop a methodology for regularly surveying the House workforce on pay and benefit issues, to provide guidance and support for the content and development of a centralized human resources hub, and to make policy recommendations for how to improve human resources management practices throughout the House. This task force will provide us the opportunity to continually monitor, guide, and modernize our workforce. The bill also includes $2.3 million, a $635,000 increase for the Office of Employee Assistance, and a $1.7 million investment for the House Office of Well-Being to ensure that they have the resources to support the needs of our community and to find culturally sensitive mental health services so everyone feels comfortable seeking the support that they need. Furthermore, the bill provides $15.4 million to expand the House paid internship program, which increases the amount to $35,000 per member office to pay interns. We have also extended this funding to committees and continue to support the funds being used for interns in both D.C. and district offices. But we also recognize the ongoing inequities in congressional internships. And so we included language directing the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, working in conjunction with the Chief Administrative Officer, to conduct a feasibility study on recreating a centralized House internship program, similar to the old LBJ internship program from years ago, which could provide various support services such as housing, training, professional development, and focus outreach to students attending HBCUs, tribal colleges and universities, Hispanic-serving institutions, and other minorities-serving institutions. And I believe this is a vital step for us to create a pipeline for students from all backgrounds to come and work on Capitol Hill. And the economics are a barrier regardless of where you're from in the United States, and we want to try to reduce those barriers so everybody can have an opportunity to come work at the Capitol. The bill also includes $3 million for the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and directs the CAO to increase their staff cap from 7 to 10 staffers to allow them to hire additional staff. Additionally, once again, this year's bill includes language to permit DACA recipients or Dreamers to work for Congress and other legislative branch agencies. This bill includes the provision to prevent the increase in the member COLA, but I have directed the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a report comparing members' pay with executives and managers in the private sector with similar levels of responsibility and experience. Turning to the other legislative branch agencies, the bill provides strong support for the security and operational needs of the House and surrounding Capitol complex. It includes $603 million for the Capitol Police, which is an $89.7 million increase above the FY 2021 bill. This provides vital resources for training, recruitment, retention, readiness efforts. Additionally, it continues to build off previous efforts, ensuring a robust trauma and resiliency program for our sworn and civilian officers. For the Library of Congress, the bill includes an increase of $37 million from 2021 and increases funding for the Architect of the Capitol by $152 million. Also included are various other provisions to ensure the Capitol Visitor Center and Capitol complex are accessible for individuals with disabilities and all visitors who wish to tour the Capitol or meet with their member of Congress. And finally, the bill includes language for the removal of statues or busts in the Capitol of those who tried to overthrow the government of the United States or were white supremacists. I'm proud of this bill we've put together this year, which continues efforts to reinvest in the legislative branch, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Congresswoman Herrera Butler, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, Ranking Member Cole, for the chance to testify before you all on H.R. 4346, Fiscal Year 2022 Legislative Branch Appropriations Act. First, I want to thank my counterpart, Chairman Ryan, for his leadership and tremendous cooperation. It has been a real pleasure to work together on this bill. I appreciate his willingness to work to find priorities from my side of the aisle and with my staff to include requests from our members in this bill. And I think it addresses several challenges, the underlying bill does, that we've faced over the last year, and it equips Congress and our agencies with the resources necessary to return to work in a safe and open environment. And while there are many tremendous provisions in this bill that I do fully support, I'm here to ask the Rules Committee to allow members to offer amendments to this bill to improve it. Before I outline why I oppose the legislation as it is, I would like to list some of those things that I do support. The bill includes critically needed funding to address the requirements of the Capitol complex and invests in our staff, as Chairman Ryan outlined, so they may better serve our constituents, because that is our whole point. Some of these improvements include new technology to increase the accessibility of casework forms, measures to increase staff retention, and allowing offices to acquire new technologies and to strengthen the protection and the productivity of our IT infrastructure. It also opens some access issues for people of all abilities to come to visit their Capitol campus. The bill also supports the critical mission of the Capitol Police by providing funding for additional personnel, new leadership training initiatives, and resources that they've told us they need to continue to protect members and staff and visitors and the facilities of Congress as we execute the duties as the first branch of government. However, as my colleagues have emphasized, there is not a bipartisan agreement on the top-line spending levels, which is what you'll hear from several of us about today. Instead of prioritizing that fiscal restraint in the face of what is a climbing budget deficit, the majority instead proposes a pretty big and at times unwarranted increase in the non-defense spending. Now, the legislative branch bill alone has about a 13% increase over current levels. And this is a time of record high deficits and debt. This level of spending, I believe, needs a more measured fiscal response. The majority has also included a controversial policy writers, yet have left out some of the urgent policy reforms that I'd like to see added in. And so therefore, I respectfully ask for a rule that provides members with the opportunity to amend and improve the bill as it reaches the floor. In closing, let me again say thank you and thank the subcommittee chair and his staff for their hard work in writing this bill and this report. I'd also like to thank my subcommittee staff, Michelle Reinschuttle, for her hard work on this bill, and my team in my office. I'm really hopeful that we can work together to reach an agreement on bipartisan funding framework that merits the support of both sides of the aisle. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cartwright.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, my friends and colleagues on the House Rules Committee, it's an honor to be here and to tell you about H.R. 4505, the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill we have put together for fiscal year 2022. This is a bill that will help us build a more prosperous, safe, and competitive America. The CJS Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2022 includes a net discretionary spending total of $81.3 billion. This is an increase of just over 10%, excuse me, $10 billion or 14% above fiscal year 2021 in order to fund the wide array of federal programs and activities that fall within the jurisdiction of this subcommittee, from economic development and supports for manufacturers, weather forecasting, climate research and resilience efforts, space exploration and scientific research, fighting crime, protecting civil rights, improving policing and the criminal justice system as a whole. The CJS Appropriations Bill impacts every American and is a force for good in so many ways. And I'd like to touch on some of the many highlights of this very important bill. First, this bill helps preserve and create jobs in distressed areas throughout this country by providing strong funding increases for a number of related programs and agencies. It includes economic development assistance grants, the Minority Business Development Agency, and the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program, which assists small and medium-sized U.S. manufacturers. This bill further helps create jobs by expanding U.S. exports and fighting the unfair trade practices of other countries, including through sizable funding increases for the International Trade Administration and the International Trade Commission. We also provide solid funding levels for federal law enforcement, including funding for enhanced civil rights enforcement, counterterrorism initiatives, efforts to combat cyber criminals, enhanced environmental law enforcement, and efforts to fight gun violence, among other initiatives. Strong funding is also provided for state and local law enforcement, including the COPS hiring program and the Burn Justice Assistant Grant Formula Program. At the same time, we take very seriously our obligation not only to help fight crime, but also to ensure that our systems of policing and criminal justice work are work that is effective for all Americans. It's a bill that places strong conditions on the awarding of law enforcement grants, especially under the COPS and Burn JAG funding programs. Before receiving these funds, jurisdictions will be required to have an array of laws in place to ensure that their police practices are just and humane as they serve and protect everybody in our communities. The bill also provides $100 million in new grant funding for investigations into law enforcement patterns and practices, as well as $42 million for improved police training. This bill also funds civilian review boards, a national police misconduct registry, a national task force on law enforcement oversight. It provides strong funding levels for community-based violence intervention initiatives and for youth mentoring grants, as well as for the First Step Act and the Second Chance Act to help formerly incarcerated individuals transition back into society. These are only a few examples of the ways in which this bill will help institute real reform of our systems of policing and criminal justice. It's a bill that helps fight the growing problems of hate crimes in our society by providing $70 million under the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act. This will help state and local law enforcement conduct educational outreach and training on hate crimes and to investigate and prosecute them. An additional $30 million is also provided for community organizations for efforts to prevent hate crimes. We provide substantial resources in this bill to address the opioid epidemic, to which Mr. Rogers recently referred. This epidemic is plaguing our society, and we address it in the CJS bill. Strong increases are provided for grant programs under the Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act, including for drug courts and veterans treatment courts as well. A bill that also includes huge increases for programs under the Violence Against Women Act, including more than double the fiscal year 2021 amount for sexual assault victims services. A strong funding increase is also provided for grants to help reduce the appalling backlog of unprocessed rape kits. This bill provides full funding for the ongoing work of the National Weather Service to help accurately predict extreme heat and other forms of severe weather. And I'm proud that this bill makes major investments in our ability better to understand and mitigate the very real and tangible impacts of climate change, including strong increases for the important climate work being conducted by NOAA, the National Science Foundation, and NASA's Earth Science Division. This bill beefs up good old American know-how. It further helps strengthen American technological and scientific competitiveness by providing a 13.5% increase for the National Science Foundation. It includes increases for both scientific research and for efforts to broaden participation in STEM education and STEM careers among underrepresented populations. This subcommittee's commitment to American leadership in space exploration, and aeronautics research continues in this bill, which includes $25 billion for NASA, a substantial increase of more than $1.7 billion above fiscal year 2021. And finally, this legislation provides a record-high funding level of $600 million for the Legal Services Corporation in order to help greatly expand legal services for low-income Americans. In closing, I want to say I believe we should all be enormously proud of this bill. It will do a substantial amount of good for the American people, and I urge all members to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Palazzo.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, friends and colleagues on this committee for allowing me to be here today. I appreciate the efforts of the majority in producing a fiscal year 2021 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill that addresses many of the priorities and concerns of members on both sides of the aisle. For example, the bill includes resources necessary to work toward completion of the Space Launch System and the Exploration Upper Stage, and it provides strong funding to continue developing deep space exploration technologies like nuclear thermal propulsion. We will need this technology to outcompete China as both countries continue deep space exploration. The bill also addresses issues impacting all our communities. It increases funding for critical drug court programs and other initiatives that address the opioid epidemic, as well as programs that are helping to eliminate the sexual assault kit backlog and solve cold cases. This bill also advances investments in science that are critical to our economic and national security, including quantum computing, artificial intelligence, 5G research, and advanced manufacturing. Unfortunately, there are areas in which this bill falls short. The bill unnecessarily politicizes the state and local law enforcement assistance portfolio, including the Burn JAG program. The millions of dollars for these programs in the bill are meaningless if states and localities can't meet the partisan standards that the majority has tied to the funds. I know the chairman of the subcommittee has many interests to balance in this bill, but to many people, this is exactly what defunding the police looks like. The bill also eliminates several long-standing Second Amendment protections that have enjoyed historical bipartisan support. In addition, it eliminates a prohibition on the Department of Justice paying for abortions. This was even a step too far for President Biden, as this long-standing prohibition on taxpayer funds to pay for abortions was included in his fiscal year 22 budget request. Finally, despite locking up over $1.1 billion in law enforcement funding with unattainable preconditions, this bill simply spends way too much. With a top-line increase of over $10 billion and double-digit increases across many of the agencies in this bill, the spending is simply irresponsible in the absence of a broader, fiscally responsible federal budget. As this process moves forward, our side looks forward to the opportunity to improve this bill. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement of administration policy in support of H.R. 4373 and another statement in support of H.R. 4505 without objection. I appreciate all the work that you have done and your staffs have done. You are all fabulous. I have no questions. So I'm going to, Mr. Cole had to go to the floor. He will come back with his questions, but I will yield to Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Palazzo, I wonder if you would just walk us through what you described as this is what defunding the police looks like. I'm not sure for the vast viewing audience that tunes into the Rules Committee every afternoon that they were quite prepared for you to go there. But since you did, maybe you could provide us some clarity on that.
Yes, give me 1 second. Well, some of the things, the conditions are just absolutely unworkable. In many cases, 5 new laws will have been passed in the state legislatures or in each city and some counties, for example, in order for our county sheriff to access funds. Small jurisdictions will simply lack the resources to comply with the onerous conditions, like the requirement to submit reams of data to the Attorney General, including information on the race, ethnicity, age, and gender of the officers and citizens involved in all traffic stops, or the requirement to gain accreditation. And the consequences will be significant. For example, the Burn JAG program is the leading source of federal justice funding to state, local, and tribal law enforcement entities. Many folks know that it provides critical funding for law enforcement, but it also supports public defenders, drug treatment, crime victim assistance, and crisis intervention teams. In addition, the COPS account supports the hiring of officers, including school resource officers, as well as many authorized programs with strong bipartisan support, including the Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Act, which helps to reduce rates of officer death by suicide, active shooter training under the Police Act, tribal law enforcement assistance, and grants to help guard against violence in our schools. The bill is locking up over $1 billion in law enforcement assistance that goes out to all of our states and congressional districts annually.
And when you say locks up, how is that then not available, say, to my sheriff on the ground?
It basically creates hurdles where they can't get the training. If the dollars were available to them for that training, but we're asking them to have that training prior to, they can't go to the training because they don't have the dollars to secure the training that they needed to meet the conditions of this bill.
And that's a change from current law?
Yes, it is.
Well, I think that's extremely important, and I know we need to discuss that in greater detail, and I look forward to visiting with you about that. But I have not heard from many of my folks on the ground about that, but it may be that there was just a lack of awareness that this difficulty was impending. I know, for example, school resource officers are critically important, and anything that we do, any action that we take here in this appropriations process that diminishes that or limits that is likely to have significant downstream consequences for each of our districts. So I thank you for bringing that to our attention. Chairman Rogers, Mr. Rogers, Ranking Member Rogers, you and I have been up here a few times on these issues. In fact, in 2014, I think you were the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and there was a problem with unaccompanied minors in the early part of the Obama administration. Unaccompanied minors from Honduras and El Salvador and Guatemala were flooding into southern Texas. A crisis center was set up at Lackland Air Force Base to receive these children until they could be distributed to ORR facilities. I just wonder, have we learned anything over the now, 6 or 7 years since that occurred? It seems like we have put a lot of money into these efforts, and the problem, if I understand things correctly, the problems today are ever so much worse than they were before. So it just begs the question, are we getting anywhere with what we're doing?
Well, if you look at the daytime news, we're not making much progress. In fact, we've gone backwards. I think the policies of this administration are so loose and lax that we're letting people into the country, almost inviting them, and leading to the breakup of families, as well as all the other things that go with flooding immigration, illegal immigration.
I know when you were chairman of Appropriations, you tasked some individuals with going down to Central America and observing conditions on the ground firsthand. And that impressed me so much that I actually did that myself in 2018. And it just seemed like for all of our efforts in this regard, there's a lot of money being spent. It's not helping the people it was intended to help. And if anything, it's probably enriching the coyotes, the middlemen, enriching them at the expense of the citizens of those countries. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why it would be in a country's best interest to export all of its young people. I don't know what kind of future they're contemplating in Honduras if they're sending all of their working age young men here. I mean, there's got to be a negative consequence to that downstream. And I just worry that we approach this always on this annual appropriations process, but the long-term strategy just doesn't seem to be working. And one of the things that did seem to be working, I thought, was the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. I think it has a different name now, but to enlist the help of private companies to provide guidance and expertise to setting up businesses in, say, Honduras and El Salvador. I know there's been a big change in the leadership in El Salvador. I'm not quite convinced of the direction that that's going. There will be a change in the leadership in Honduras later this year, the beginning of next year. But really, we look for our appropriations committee that's providing the money for some of these governments. We ought to be getting more for what we're spending. And it seems like we're getting less, or what we're getting more of is irregular migration. And it seems like that's where we should be directing our efforts to reduce that. Am I wrong about this?
No, I think you're on the right track. The last administration, admittedly by some folks' measurements, was tough on illegal immigration and had some penalties that were biting. And this administration has eased up on that, and the people in those three countries especially see that and take it as an open invitation.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
I'm sorry?
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Yes.
Look, one of the things, and I'll just, I don't know whether this is the time and place for it, but I just have to get this off my chest. We are funding a lot of money in the direction of the governments of those countries in our foreign aid, and I do wonder, again, if we're getting our money's worth on that. But the other thing that bothers me is the funding for irregular migration. My understanding comes through regular commercial banks in those countries. And after a child or family member or head of household is brought from there to here, there's the expectation that either via remittances or some other mechanism, those loans are going to be repaid, whether it be to the trafficker or whether it be to the originating bank. Farms and homes are put up as collateral, so the person who's making that difficult journey is obviously been willing to put up something of value in order to get that transit here. But the person who wins in all of this is the coyote, is the human trafficker. And I don't understand why, and there's no criticism of you, but I don't understand why, as a country, we can't recognize that. We understand international banking problems in lots of different areas. It seems like this is one where we should be able to provide some expertise, some training, some leverage, and reduce this problem. Because I'll tell you, I mean, I've been down to our Committee on Energy and Commerce has jurisdiction over the Office of Refugee Resettlement. These facilities are overwhelmed at present because of the number of people that are coming in. And every child that stays in one of our facilities costs a tremendous amount of money to the United States taxpayer. And then we turn around and we appropriate money through the foreign aid, foreign ops appropriations bill. So if I sound frustrated by all this, it's because I am. And I know the long-suffering American taxpayer is paying dearly for the care and feeding of a child in our custody after they get here, but they're also paying dearly to the money that's going to those countries that's supposed to prevent the illegal or the irregular migration in the first place. So that's, again, I had to get that off my chest. I appreciate the work you've done on it over the years, but it just, whatever we have been doing is not working. You do hear the vice president going down there and talking about root causes, and God bless them. I hope they find it and fix it, but I don't think continuing to do what we've done is going to lead us to any kind of practical solution. Any other company would have given up on this approach a long time ago. We seem to continue to feed it year in and year out. But I appreciate the committee letting me get that off my chest. I don't know, Ms. Lee, if you have any observations that you would like to add to that?
Well, Mr. Burgess, I think basically would just like to say what we've done in the past, yes, it has not worked. We have not addressed the basic underlying causes of migration, which of course have to do with many reasons, the violence, corruption, violation of human rights, drug trafficking, not to mention all of the climate issues as it relates to hurricanes. And so this year, we have put at least $60 million to combat crime, corruption, impunity, to advance human rights, and to hold local governments accountable. We've targeted resources for civil society to begin to engage with civil society on the migration and the underlying issues and reasons for migration. And I just have to say that, and I've been, and I know Ms. Torres has a lot of background as it relates to the Northern Triangle, and for the most part, I've come to realize and to understand the fact that really nobody wants to leave their home. They don't want to leave their country. They want to stay home, but the conditions have to be such that they can survive, live, and thrive in their own country. So this bill hopefully will not do what we have done in the past, because it has not worked, and we're trying to start a new path to help address migration. Yes, the root causes are extremely important, and that's what this bill is.
I'm sorry, just reclaim my time. It looks like you're further facilitating it, and I'm not trying to be combative or argumentative, but the fact of the matter is it hasn't been working. And look, we don't know what the situation here is in Washington, D.C. If you want to make it important to someone, you make it about their budget. You make it about their money. And for several years, I've proposed that we deduct from our foreign aid that we're sending to these countries a cost for taking care of their children in our ORR facilities, and just simply make it known to the heads of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador that whatever monies you receive from the foreign ops budget is going to be reduced by the amount of money we are having to spend in Arizona, New Mexico, South Texas, taking care of their children. But again, I mean, it sounds like tough love, but it can't be a good idea to depopulate your country of your young people. I mean, who does that? All right, well, shifting gears for a minute, Mr. Butler, I just need to, I know that the issue with mask mandates is going to come up again. I think we are placing an unreasonable expectation on the Office of the Attending Physician. This is not, seems like when you hear people interviewed on television, they'll say, well, it's, mask mandate is up to the Office of the Attending Physician. It's an untenable position. If one person gets sick, then he's been wrong. So what is the attending physician going to say? His default is everybody mask up, stay home, don't breathe the air, don't drink the water, don't do anything because you might get sick and then I'll be responsible for it. But realistically, if there is going to be a major change in mask policy in the United States House of Representatives, then it should be done in conjunction with all of the leaders, both House and Senate, Republican and Democrat, majority and minority, and not simply shunted to the office of the attending physician. As fond as I am of the attending physician, he can't possibly make that kind of a decision. It is the default is risk averse. I don't want anybody to get sick, so you all disperse around the country to your home bases and don't anybody come back here. That would be the safest thing for the attending physician. Obviously, our work would not get done. We've already tried that once, and we saw the result. So I just hope we will be sensitive to the fact that the Office of the Attending Physician is not a constitutional office. In fact, arguably, it's the Department of Navy, so the Commander-in-Chief is the one who holds sway over the attending physician. Why would we give up our legislative branch power like that? It just doesn't seem to make good sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me get that all off my chest, and I'll yield back.
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to respond, but I'm going to yield to Mrs. Torres. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Herrera-Butler, I'm sorry. Thank you for not going back and forth. Thank you for wearing your mask. I just want you to know that I have not stopped wearing mine, not because, my life is that important to me, although it is, but because I have a little 6-year-old grandson who is not able to get vaccinated, and I respect and care about him very, very much, and is the reason why I wear this. I don't want to be shut down either. I don't want to stop going out to restaurants. I don't want to stop seeing any of you. So if this is a small sacrifice that I have to make, then I'm going to make it. I'm not demanding any of my colleagues to do that. But I do it out of respect for, everyone. So thank you for not engaging in that. I appreciate it. Thank you to all my colleagues and welcome here to the Rules Committee. As I often tell you in the Appropriations Committee, you will see me one more time, and I do get to vote on, all the bills twice before it gets to the floor. So I just want to tell you how much I appreciate all of your work and what you have done to get to where we are right now. These bills is a critical investment in the American people. And, I'm very grateful that you included so many of my priorities. As a member of the Appropriations Committee, I didn't intend to add anything else to the bill that I proudly supported. I'm specifically talking to you, Chairwoman Barbara Lee, because you and I had a long conversation about Central America, and as a result, new developments in the past few days have confirmed that a change is needed in the bill, which is why I wanted to take a moment today to discuss the amendment that I submitted to Rules Committee. Many of you have heard me speak about the need to ensure that our assistance in Central America helps the people there, not the elite, and not, the political power that continues to undermine our work to help the people see a future for themselves in their own country. For several years, we could rely on attorneys general in places like El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to act as partners in these efforts of maintaining the rule of law and ensuring that everyone is committed to democracy. But unfortunately, that has changed. And last week in Guatemala, the Attorney General, Consuelo Porras, transferred the prosecutor handling really high-profile cases of corruption. And on Friday evening, the Attorney General Porras removed Juan Francisco Sandoval, the head of the Special Prosecutor's Office Against Impunity, or FESI. These actions dealt a lethal blow to the last remaining independent anti-corruption investigative unit. They did away with CSIG, a couple of years ago. This was the last hope that we had for real justice and real advancement in dealing with, the deep corrupt issues that they have involving all levels of government. Mr. Sandoval spent his entire career fighting against corruption, despite both personal and professional attacks. It is clear FECI's success struck a nerve, and now Attorney General Porras yielded all legal power to elite interests. Unfortunately, this action closely followed events in El Salvador, where the current ruling party dismantled their internationally backed anti-corruption mechanism, removed the members of their constitutional court, and fired their independent attorney general. This and other issues was the reason why I had to have personal security in California, because of the many threats that were coming out of the president of El Salvador against me personally, including gang members staking out my house and the home where my son lives. Thank you so much for your support, Chairwoman, during that time. We need to acknowledge that the attorney generals in these nations are, they need to be transparent. Their work is critical. They do not, they do not try to hide it, and they do not deserve the benefit of the doubt. It is clear that those interests that they have at heart, these corrupt elite officials, it isn't the people. Because, as my colleagues stated, they don't care about the thousands of people that are fleeing every single day, dying on the way to our southern border. It is clear where their loyalty lays, and it is unfortunate it isn't upholding the rule of law. It is clear that they do not support our policies of helping these young people see a future for themselves in their own home country, period. My amendment simply makes any funding to the attorneys general subject to the same conditions rooted in rule of law and democratic principles that the rest of the central government must meet. My guiding principle for our engagement in Central America is holding the bad actors accountable and supporting the good. And until these attorneys general show that they are on the right side, they should not be exempt from meeting anti-corruption and rule of law conditions for U.S. funding. I appreciate you, Chairwoman, and all of my SFOB's colleagues' support on this important issue. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, I'm really not done yet, but I hope that you will support me in ensuring that this amendment is made in order. Mr. Rogers, in no way that I have seen is this administration inviting people to come to the U.S. As a matter of fact, Vice President Harris was recently in the region, and many people were upset with her because of a comment that she made. And the comment was very straight and forward. There was no mixing of words. Do not come to the U.S. Work with us. We want to help you here in your home country. I just want to clear that for the record. Mr. Palazzo, what you said about this is what defunding the police looks like. I just want to tell you that I wholeheartedly disagree with that statement. This bill maintains adequate policies and procedures designed to eliminate racial profiling in law enforcement. and has eliminated any existing policies that permit or encourage racial profiling in law enforcement. I can't tell you how many times I hear from my friends in law enforcement as a former 911 dispatcher. They are also very critical of, police officers like that one that murdered George Floyd. They want us to believe that they are not like them. They want to show that they are not like these officers. They have, they're better trained, at least the ones in California, very well trained, and they want to make sure that we do not brush all law enforcement with the same brush stroke. And I think that, what we are putting in this bill, a lot of it they already do. Data that they already collect to make sure that they are not just pulling over, people that look a certain way. It also requires each law enforcement officer in the state or unit of local law enforcement to complete training programs on racial profiling. I think that's good. Implicit bias, de-escalation. It's not about shooting first. It's about utilizing the verbal judo that they learned in the academy and continuing to utilize that to de-escalate situations. Use of force and duty to intervene in cases where other law enforcement officers are acting inappropriately. I want to empower, our law enforcement officers to, even when they're training, to intervene when their training officer or another officer is misbehaving and murdering, an American citizen. And it has in effect a law that prohibits law enforcement officers from using a chokehold, which really speaks to, the unfortunate incident involving George Floyd. So I just want to say that I respect you greatly, but I sincerely disagree with the comment that this is defunding the police. I think that the measures that were put in place truly give our officers an opportunity to be trained and to shine as the professionals that we intend them to be and that we paid them to be. Mr. Rogers, please go ahead.
Lady Yield. In response to your comments, and Dr. Burgess, let me say this. One of the only thing that Congress has power to do is withhold funding or provide funding, as you may wish. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, obviously that's the place where, if we can be successful in stopping illegal immigration, that's where it'll take place. And we have furnished funds to those governments for that very purpose over the years. Obviously, it's not working. So in this bill, we withhold 75% of all funding for the central governments of those three countries, and we will not lift that ban until the Secretary of State certifies to us that they're undertaking certain reforms. That's an increase from 50% in previous years. So we're making it tougher and tougher all the while. It also includes a requirement that these countries are improving their performance on border security and countering human smuggling and trafficking, gangs, criminal gangs, drug traffickers, transnational criminal organizations, and the like. So if the text of this bill is implemented the correct way, there wouldn't be much funding to these governments in the first place unless the policies have changed and created real progress. So it's on the table, and we're watching and listening and observing and listening to our Secretary of State.
Absolutely. You're 100%, and I agree with you and also with my colleague's statement that, taxpayers' dollars, it's precious money, and we have right here an opportunity to truly have oversight. And we should not be spending $1 in helping, governments that work against their people and against, our U.S. policies for the region. So thank you for supporting, that part of it, and I really look forward to continuing to work with you and the chairwoman moving forward. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Cole now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your indulgence, allowing me to get down to the floor and get back here. I think the state and foreign ops budget is literally one of the most important budgets we have, and it's pretty easy to see when you have a shortcoming and a failure, and we're all critical about that. But this is high-risk stuff, dealing with other countries, and as former Chairman Rogers suggested, we try to influence behavior, incentivizing good behavior, punishing bad behavior. But there's two areas where I think we've been surprisingly successful because of some of the investments we've made, and I want to make sure that we're not losing our eye. The first one is our aid or taking our eye off the ball. The first one is our aid to Israel. We forget, to Egypt, and we aid both sides in that historically difficult relationship. But those are countries that fought one another in the 1940s, the 1950s, the 1960s, and the 1970s. And that last conflict, ended up with us suffering an oil boycott from OPEC because of our assistance in the Yom Kippur War to Israel. But we also had a historic change in the 70s in the alignment of Egypt, and we rewarded that change, and we've had a long-standing policy assisting Egypt. And while there's certainly plenty of problems in the Middle East, I know we'd all agree they would be compounded exponentially if we got returned to a state of regular conflict between Egypt and Israel. So I think that's been a wise investment. I think it's saved our country a lot of money. One of the great things about that budget that you two, Chairman Lee and Ranking Member Rogers, are keeping an eye on for us is that it's deploying soft power so we don't have to use hard power in some cases. So I want to know, I understand there were new conditions attached to aid to Egypt. The other place I wanted to ask you about, and so I'll put them both together, because I think it's been one of the great success stories of American diplomacy, is Project Columbia, the assistance that was rendered to Colombia over many years in dealing with the drug cartels. I've been to Colombia on many occasions. There's certainly still challenges there. We don't have a better friend in South America than Colombia. They're really closely aligned with us. I think that's an investment that began, I think, in the Clinton administration, and the Bush administration continued. And it's been an investment that's paid off. So, again, I know that there's been new conditions attached to the aid to both those two countries. I'm curious as to what those conditions are, and then curious as to your respective judgments as to whether or not that's going to make this better or worse. Because, again, those are two things that have worked. I want to be very careful that we don't complicate our relationships where we've been successful. Chairwoman.
Sure, and thank you very much for that question. On Egypt specifically, we've added $150 million to be withheld until the Secretary of State certifies to our committee that Egypt is taking sustained and effective steps to meet, and these are the 6 conditions related to strengthening the rule of law, protecting the freedom of expression and assembly, holding Egyptian security forces accountable for human rights violations, prosecuting extrajudicial killings, allowing the United States to monitor U.S. assistance, and preventing the intimidation and harassment of American citizens. And many members have weighed in with regard to wanting even additional restrictions. And so we believe that this is a balanced approach in terms of the restrictions. We make $135 million available if Egypt is making clear and consistent progress in releasing political prisoners and providing detainees with due process of law. Also, $15 million may be available if the Secretary determines that Egypt has provided American citizens with fair and commensurate compensation for injuries suffered as a result of Egyptian armed forces. And so, believe you me, there were requests which we considered in terms of putting in the entire allocation and appropriation with restrictions in terms of human rights conditions and all of the issues I just cited. So I think that this is a reasonable approach, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward and see some progress.
If you'd care to, Madam Chair, if you'd like to talk about Colombia as well, then I'm going to address the same questions to the ranking member.
With regard to Colombia, okay, let me get how much we put on Colombia. I don't have that right. 460. Was it 460? Same as last year, okay, 460 million, okay. So I don't believe there were any additional added conditions on Colombian aid, but it's the same level as last year.
Okay, thank you very much. Ranking Member Rogers, I just want your judgments on how effective this is. Are we headed in the right direction or not?
Well, on Colombia, and by the way, Colombia has, over the years, been a phenomenal case of trying to get rid of their problems, and we've helped them along the way. They're very important to us because of the drugs that come from there. So that's a major reason for our interest in stabilizing Colombia.
Well, in Venezuela, too. Most people don't realize that the Colombians have the second largest army in the Western Hemisphere after our own. So they're pretty important for us, and not just the drug problem that we relate to, but they're a pretty important counterbalance to Venezuela and some other bad actors in the regions.
In fact, you're right. They're facing some incredible challenges momentarily. They're hosting millions of Venezuelans who are fleeing that country, as well as dealing with the devastating impact of the pandemic on their own society and their own economy. Likewise, funding is also maintained at current levels for Egypt. As you noted, however, conditions on aid to Egypt is more expansive than current law. I think that's not smart. Like Colombia, Egypt is a vital partner of ours, and I would hope we could revisit this new language, these new conditions for both countries later in the process.
I would just urge both of you, and through you, the administration, just be very careful here. These are two, sometimes we make the perfect the enemy of the good. I'm not even suggesting, there's certainly serious challenges in Egypt, no question about that. I've been there multiple times too. But in the end, American diplomacy detached them from Russia, which is back in the region now in a way that it has not been in for 40 years. They're back now. They're in Syria. They've got naval bases again. They are not our friend in that region. And keeping Egypt, number one, out of war with Israel and aligned with the United States is pretty critical to our deal. So I'm certainly not suggesting they're a model of democratic propriety. But I would suggest to you that they're pretty important people and proud people too, and they've kept their word to us in terms of keeping the peace with Israel. Been a valuable actor, and Colombia I think has been a real star. I mean, I really do. And again, not saying they don't have serious challenges, and because they do, but they've been a staunch friend of the United States. You go to Colombia, we Americans are popular in Colombia, because of the investments that your subcommittee has made. They see Americans showing up with help to deal with the criminal elements, the drug elements in their country, to train and support their military, to help them with FARC, to do a lot of pretty good things. So I would just urge us not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let me turn quickly, if I may, to commerce, justice, and science. And first, I want to talk about something very parochial to me. Chairman Carr, I want to thank the administration. As this committee has sadly gotten a tutorial in the last couple of days, we have a serious law enforcement issue in Oklahoma stemming from a Supreme Court decision, the McGirt decision, which basically said that for purposes of criminal jurisdiction, about 40% of the current land area of Oklahoma is still Indian country, still reservation, which means state and local law enforcement don't have jurisdiction over Indians committing crimes on Indian land. The federal government certainly does. Tribal law enforcement officials certainly do. This committee has heard me be not critical of our appropriators or even the administration too much, but in the Biden budget, we didn't get any help in Interior for tribal law enforcement. But in your budget, in Justice, we did get really serious help. The administration requested $70 million for additional money for U.S. attorneys, for the FBI, and for federal marshals, and you saw fit to give them that money. And I will just tell you, it's a big difference maker. The feds right now have to enforce most of the major crime legislation in eastern Oklahoma. They simply don't, the state doesn't have all the jurisdiction. It does over non-Indians, but it doesn't, and the Indian population is very substantial. We're talking double digits in terms of the percentage of state residents. So I would thank you for doing that, and hope we're working, just so you know, through the appropriations process. You guys heard a little bit about this in our debate over Interior and the full committee, trying to work with our colleagues there at Interior and certainly the leadership level and full committee to make sure tribal law enforcement gets that same level.
Can I respond, Mr.
Yeah, please do.
Mr. Ranking Member? Absolutely. You know, when a decision like McGurk comes out, it's going to cost money. And that's what we saw, and you were yourself not bashful in pointing that out to our subcommittee, Ranking Member Cole, and we paid attention. And it's not just about the federal government having more jurisdiction for justice matters in the tribes. In other committees, you know, I look around, I see people here who were in the Natural Resources Committee, and we had a subcommittee for indigenous peoples, and we had a bunch of hearings about missing and murdered indigenous women. And under McGurk, that's part of our job, is to fix that problem. So it's going to cost money, and that's why we did it.
Well,
back.
Again, very, very appreciative of that. There's some other things I've got. You know, last year in this committee, we had a robust discussion regarding historically bipartisan support for community programs that are funded by the DOJ. And, you know, again, a lot of local law enforcement gets really important support through the Justice Committee. And I know, again, we've proposed some pretty robust restrictions, and I wanted to get your opinion on those, how effective they are. Because at the end of the day, I guess I look at it like we all do from the district level. A lot of these police departments are pretty underfunded, particularly in the rural parts of my state. Certainly need the help they can get, but I don't want to build so much bureaucracy and so many requirements that they're not getting the dollars that they need.
Sure, Mr. Ranking Member, those are prescient comments, and really what you're saying is that the problem with laws is that they apply to everybody, even the ones that have already been abiding by the laws all along. And that's true in this bill as for every other law we ever enact here in this United States Congress. And so we have places like where you live and where I live. I can tell you, I live in northeastern Pennsylvania. We do not have a law enforcement problem of any kind. I'm so proud of our law enforcement in Scranton and Wilkes-Barre and Hazleton, and the places that understand the value of community policing, the value of individual officers getting to know the families. And when a young man gets in trouble, goes down the wrong path, it's an officer that's likely to put his arm around that young man and get him involved in an athletic league. That's just the culture. But we also, you know, we have national media and we watch television and we see it's not the case everywhere. Not every police department is like that. And so guardrails need to be put up so that things like what we all saw with horror that happened to George Floyd doesn't happen anymore. It wasn't going to happen where you live. It wasn't going to happen where I live. But it happened where George Floyd lived. And if we were to sit in our hands and do nothing about it, shame would come to us. And so these are reasonable guardrails. I've heard the term onerous put on these guardrails. It isn't true. In a place where people already understand community policing, understand de-escalation techniques, know how to treat people with justice and humanity, they'll go to the course. You know, they have to go for a training course on it. All of those people could teach that course. So to say it's onerous for them to go through it, that is creating a boogeyman. That is creating a false, the sky is falling complaint. The sky is falling. You know, new laws got enacted. The sky is falling. You know, I tried my first jury trial in Scranton, Pennsylvania, courtroom number 3. And there's a frieze on the back of the courtroom, right behind where the bench is and where the judges sit. And on that frieze, there's Lady Justice with the scales of justice in one hand and a sword in the other. And in Latin, the inscription is 4 words. Fiat justitia ruat caelum. Let justice be done, though the heavens may fall. We're here hearing about the sky falling. Justice. Justice and humanity. These are more important. Let's do them.
Mr.
Yield back.
Blasio, do you have any concerns about some of the conditions we've placed?
Well, yes, Mr. Ranking Member Cole. Congressman Burgess asked some of the same questions while you were out, but I'll reiterate. You know, in many cases, you know, 5 new laws are going to have to be enacted by every state legislature or go city by city. They're asking us to have de-escalation training for police departments, but the very program that provides that training is not accessible until that police department has the training. You know, and I don't feel like the sky is falling. I just feel like the one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate across the nation, city by city, county by county, or state by state. But the one thing that is noticeable is, you know, the actions of, you know, the media, the actions of the administration, the actions of certain members of Congress. I mean, we have record crime spikes in our nation right now. You know, people are being murdered by the dozens in major cities. Police officers are walking away from their job. They're retiring at large numbers. Family members who have, you know, a tradition of police officers serving, you know, generation after generation are encouraging their children to go do something else. And I think it has a lot to do with the actions of not just Congress, the administration, the media, but it's sending an awful message to the people. I mean, it's like, you know, police officers, it's called the thin blue line because they are the ones standing between, you know, civilization and the breakdown of society, chaos, murder, and violence. And I believe that we should be funding our police officers and not defunding them. If you want them to have this training, you want them to have the experience to have everything that you want them to have, we should be funding them more instead of tying and just basically tying their hands and keeping them from being able to get the training that they need. And they want it. They desperately want it. And, you know, it just seems like we're contradicting ourselves by having so many strings attached to the funding that they're not going to be able to get the training they need or access the funding for that training.
Yeah, I have the same concerns. I hear it from my police officers and law enforcement officials. I talk to them quite a bit. And again, big difference between some of the larger communities I represent where they're very sophisticated, more resource-rich, and then some of the smaller communities. So, yeah, I share that concern. I won't take any more time. I'm not going to ask my good friend Chairman Ryan and Ranking Member Rivera Butler because you guys work so well together. And, you know, I really do. I just want to say this. I think our committee, as Appropriation Committee, functions very well. And we're a place where eventually we get stuff done and we find a way to cut a deal. But you two have demonstrated that on your committee, I think, as well as any other of the subcommittees that we have. And I genuinely appreciate it. We all live in the house that you know, you maintain and police and think about. I served on that committee at one point and really value the work it does in terms of, you know, if you're not safe here and quality of life isn't decent here, then probably good things aren't going to come out of here. So just thank both of you for spending the amount of time you do. Every time we've had a concern or a request and we've contacted your committee about it, I didn't say we always got everything we wanted, but we always got a fair hearing and an open response and an explanation for the decision and quite often quite a bit of help too. So I just, I want to, it's a thankless job that the two of you do, I think. The smallest budget, but the most difficult clientele, so to speak. in terms of the members. So just thank you for putting up with all of us. Appreciate it. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a few things on the foreign ops, and this is to Dr. Burgess, just sort of a response. Desperate people do desperate things. And we've tried the carrot, we've tried the stick, we've tried the carrot and the stick, we've tried border walls, tried a whole bunch of different things, and I just appreciate the two of you continuing to try to figure out how to avoid sort of this thing that we all have to deal with in life, that desperate people do desperate things. I mean, I can't imagine walking from El Salvador to the border in Texas, you know, all through Mexico, and you talked about the coyotes who take advantage and probably schlep them, you know, across, but it's desperation, Doctor, and until we figure out how to deal with desperation, we're still going to have this problem. So I just appreciate you got the carrot and the stick going right now. My question to you specifically is on Haiti. Given what's happened in the course of the last 2 or 3 weeks, has there been a change in how we are approaching Haiti?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Perlmutter. We're in the process right now of talking with the administration. You may have been on some of the calls with our ambassador to look at what we should be doing as it relates to Haiti. First, we have the humanitarian assistance that's desperately needed, and we have to make sure that, and actually the vaccines were just primarily, I believe they were distributed maybe a couple of weeks ago. So we've got to do much better with the vaccine distribution and the humanitarian assistance. Also, there have been some that have called for sending troops. Many of us don't agree with that. We think that the factions in Haiti need to come together. Civil society needs to be more included. That has not happened, and we're supporting more engagement with civil society so that people can have a voice in their government. Elections, of course, have been put on hold. And the Biden-Harris administration are looking at new avenues for support for the Haitian people. So at this point, the tragedy of what took place is enormous. We still have issues in Haiti as it relates to the gangs and the drug trafficking, and the border is porous, of course, with the Dominican Republic. So it's challenging, but the Haitian people are resilient people, and they want to move forward. They want their lives to be secured, and we need to support the Haitian people and what they're doing. The government, again, a new prime minister was sworn in. Hopefully this reconciliation government moves forward. But the United States, I think, has to be very careful in what we do with the government and make sure that we support civil society and the Haitian people so that there's some semblance of peace so they can move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, any thoughts?
No, I think the chairman has adequately answered. USAID, of course, is involved. We're being sure that the UN agencies are attuned to the problem and trying to help as best they can. So it's a worldwide effort to help a country that has gone through a lot and is in the middle of perhaps one of its worst times.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate the fact that you guys are keeping your eye on that, because it's a powder keg. To my friends, Ms. Herrera Butler and Mr. Ryan, thank you on so many fronts for your assistance with the personnel, with the staff, the kinds of initiatives that you're taking in terms of, you know, just making sure that we are able to recruit and retain good people here. So I thank you for that. Mr. Reschenthaler and I are on a committee, a modernization committee, and you all are addressing a number of those things. You know, those pesky members, though, that Mr. Cole talked about, I do have a question or two for both of you. You said that there is an effort something within the proposal you made about COLA for members, that you're looking at that and you're looking to compare it against the private sector and stuff. And I was just looking at a schedule of the pay for U.S. district judges, to which we were initially coupled back in 2009 when we stopped giving ourselves a COLA. And so they remained at 174 for the next 4 years, but apparently brought a lawsuit to say, wait a second, we should be getting a COLA. And their pay went from 174 to 199 in 2014, and is now in 2021 is 218,000. So we were at the same level 11 years ago, but we're now $40-some thousand behind those. So what are you expecting to see when you're looking at the private sector?
I appreciate that, Mr. Perlmutter. There's always a great concern when you have equal branches of government but not equal compensation, and this has been an issue that a number of members have brought to Ms. Rare-Butler and I. While this current bill prevents the increase for members, I think it would be helpful if not only we have the comparative analysis to the judicial branch, but we also have the comparative analysis to the private sector. We talked a lot as we crafted this bill about retaining and recruiting a good solid workforce here. And, you know, our concern on the committee, and I think many members, is that, you know, the Congress of the United States can become a millionaires club where you can only afford to do this job if you make a significant amount of money before you get here. And so, you know, we want people to represent the people of the United States who come from communities that maybe don't have a lot of money. And there's continue to contribute to the diversity of Congress. In many of those communities, like the ones I represent in Youngstown, Ohio, there's those people need represented too by people who come from the community. And so I think there's a concern now. Washington, D.C. has one of the highest housing costs in the whole United States. It goes back and forth between New York City and Washington, D.C. I think the average is about $2,300 a month. You have young families who have kids and all the rest. So it is a concern that this place could ultimately be run by millionaires and people worth tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, and that would then influence the policies that come out of this place. And that's the concern. And I think it's a legitimate concern. And so we want to make sure that we have all the information necessary before any decision is made from the political side. But we want to make sure that this bill gets us the information that we need.
Thank you. And I appreciate the two of you working on this subject, working on the staff issues, the technology issues, and obviously the member issues. So appreciate that. Last things I'd like to focus on. I want to thank Mr. Palazzo, Mr. Cartwright for assisting me with some policing issues, able to get community-directed funding for domestic violence services in one of my counties, Adams County, and you have helped outfit an entire police department, the Thornton City Police Department, with body cameras. So I want to thank you for that on the justice side of things. And Mr. Cartwright, and to both of you, but to my friend Matt Cartwright, for your strong support of our nation's scientific and aerospace programs. I want to highlight the bill's support for space weather research and forecasting after Congress passed into law last year the Pro-SWIFT Act, which I sponsored to improve space weather understanding, the ability to predict flares and radiation and solar eruptions that affect our communications, our spacecraft, our electrical grid. I did want to clarify one point on space weather, as the President's budget request for NOAA included $5 million for the space weather prediction test bed, which will support the transition of research to operations and operations to research, which is a key component of ProSwift. Can you confirm for me, Mr. Cartwright, whether the House CJS bill included funding for the space weather prediction test bed?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Perlmutter. I will note that in our briefings with NOAA, getting ready to craft the CJS bill, they were very insistent on the need to invest in space weather. I don't know whether you were in their office when they were on that call. But we do agree, and we are supportive of additional advancements in both space weather research and improvements to our operational forecasting. And I can confirm the House FY22 CJS bill does include the full funding request for space weather by NOAA, including the space weather prediction test bed. So the answer is yes. Our committee looks forward to continuing this work with you to ensure successful implementation of your bill, the ProSwift Act. So congratulations on that, and we look forward to working with you, Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you. I've got a couple other things. We want to discuss two bipartisan amendments I have to your bills and see what your reaction is, gentlemen. First is Amendment number 52, which would elevate the Office of Space Commerce, which currently sits at NOAA, up to the Office of the Secretary of Commerce. This relatively small office has growing responsibilities to license remote sensing activities or satellite imagery of the Earth and implement a pilot program on space situational awareness, which is sort of the traffic cop trying to deal with space debris and all the different things that are going up into our into orbit. Elevating this office would better leverage the expertise of the entire department to support their work and improve interagency collaboration, which is critical to their responsibilities. So I intend to offer with a number of others that particular amendment. The last one, and then I'll let you react. I also want to mention Amendment number 134, which is a plus-minus amendment to NASA's exploration account to show our support for additional funding for the Orion multipurpose crew vehicle. Orion is the only deep space exploration vehicle which will carry our astronauts back to the moon and onto Mars as part of the Artemis program. This additional funding for Orion will reduce costs in the program over the long term by maximizing reuse of Orion systems and establish efficient production flows for the Artemis 3 Orion spacecraft and beyond. Our amendment would fully fund Orion while also supporting full funding for the Space Launch System and the Exploration Ground Systems, as all three are critical to the Artemis program. The entire exploration program should be increased to meet these needs. And Chairman Cartwright, I hope I can work with you as we move into conference to make that a reality. So if either one of you want to react to that, otherwise I'll yield back.
We understand your requests, and we're taking them very seriously. We won't be surprised if you're pleased with how we come out on these things.
All right.
Well, gentlemen, yield for just 30 seconds.
Of course I yield to my...
I appreciate you thanking the chair of the committee for helping you in Adams County. I've been to Adams County. A lot of Bronco fans there. It's a nasty bunch. and I'm glad you're increasing the police presence to keep those fans under control and outside of Colorado.
In a just and humane way.
As always.
Thank you, and I would yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Fishback.
Madam
I'm sorry, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Yeah, it's all right. Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I just want to start out by thanking Chairwoman Lee and Chairman Rogers for having me serve on your subcommittee. It's been great. And Chairwoman Lee, I'd be remiss if I didn't say one of the things I really will remember is when we were in the Haas committee room during your first markup, and we had your mentor looking down from the porch. It was certainly a special moment. Glad I got to share it with you. With that said, I would also just like to thank both of you for what you included in the bill, which are priorities of mine. Support for our allies, Israel, Jordan, Taiwan. We had a prohibition on funding to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We also had language cracking down on imports of deadly fentanyl from China that comes in the United States, literally killing people. So I appreciate that being included. I do, I do have to say, I was disappointed though that, yeah. I was told there's no clock in this committee.
And that's been the practice the last few months.
That's right.
It is the practice, no time limit.
That's right. Well, Chairman Rogers, I do want to ask you about the $1.6 billion that goes into the Green Climate Fund. Wanted to see your thoughts on that because I have issues, as I'm sure you do, with the oversight with that fund. I also think it doesn't do anything to address China's role in climate change. I often remind folks that China emits more CO2 than the United States, the entire European Union, Japan combined. Additionally, the United States is actually reducing our CO2 emissions. China is increasing their CO2 emissions, and they don't even plan to stop until 2030, so they say. So, Chairman Rogers, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, thank you for the question. And I appreciate the amendment that you offered at the full committee on this bill that struck the funding for the Green Climate Fund. The bill includes a whopping $3.1 billion for international environmental programs. This includes nearly $2 billion through multilateral programs, including $1.6 billion for the Green Climate Fund. And that fund alone was funded at an amount that is a staggering $400 million above the President's request to meet U.S. commitments under the deeply flawed Paris Climate Accord. Rather than put climate change at the centerpiece of U.S. foreign and development policy, it would be, I think, far wiser to focus taxpayer dollars on the immediate and growing challenges that are testing United States national security every day.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Talking about China, China obviously has an atrocious violations, modern-day concentration camps in Western China, slave labor going on with the Uyghurs, forced organ harvesting, rolling into Hong Kong despite international agreement. Yet it seems that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are very fixated on Egypt in this bill. I know Ranking Member Cole addressed it, but I just wanted to read Biden's own statement on this policy, and I quote, "The administration strongly opposes Section 7041A of the bill, which would reduce the administration's flexibility in regards to FMF to Egypt, undermining its leverage as it operationalizes its commitment to a constructive human rights dialogue with Egypt," end quote. Given the fact that even the Biden administration doesn't support this section, do you have any thoughts on it, and do you think it should be removed?
Well, any number of things I could say about it, but I think we need to focus on Egypt's importance to us as well as to that region. When I became chairman of the full committee, I took our first trip to Egypt. I wanted to go to Egypt first because I think it's such a key country for this period of time especially. When Secretary of State Blinken testified before our subcommittee earlier this year, he said that Egypt played a vital role in getting the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, and that he did not think it would have happened without Egypt's involvement and engagement. They also play a very important role in Middle East stability and countering terrorism. I know when we went on that trip to Egypt, it was on Easter Sunday morning when we met with the President Sisi. And his aides came in during our meeting and informed him of the terrorist bombings of the Baptist churches in Sinai while we were there. And so they have been a cooperative partner of ours for a long time. We can all be criticized, as a country. We can be criticized. Egypt can be criticized, and are. But we must realize just how important they are and tolerate things that otherwise we might have problems with.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. And I want to go back and just talk about China again. As you know, I co-sponsored an amendment to H.R. 4373, which was offered by my good friend Michael Waltz of Florida, and that was supporting a diplomatic boycott of the 2022 Olympic Games in Beijing. I think this is a good idea. As you know, I'd go even further and say we should have a full boycott of the Olympic Games. I can give you justifications for that. But the idea of a diplomatic boycott, at the very least, is even supported by Nancy Pelosi. Ranking Member Rogers, do you agree that there should be a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics? And what effect would a boycott have on the Chinese Communist Party?
Say again.
Yes, Chairman Rogers. A boycott on the 22 Olympic Games in Beijing, what effect would a boycott have on the CCP? And do you think that we should be calling for it in this bill?
Well, it's not an issue addressed by the bill in its current form. I think a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Games is perfectly appropriate, given China's ongoing genocide in Xinjiang, its crackdown on religious freedom, as well as growing repression in Hong Kong and elsewhere throughout the country. So, yes.
Thanks, Chairman. I appreciate it. And Mr. Palazzo, yeah, I know all the other witnesses have talked to you about defunding the police, but would it be fair to summarize what you're saying, how this bill actually defunds the police by saying that it's a de facto defunding of the police? And just to extrapolate on what you're saying to Ranking Member Cole, that basically the conditions that are set forward in this bill are either one, unattainable, or two, totally outside the purview of local law enforcement. So because they're unattainable or outside the purview of local law enforcement, the funds will not go out the door. So this is a de facto defunding of the police. Is it fair to summarize your testimony?
Yeah, absolutely. That's fair to say. Again, I mean, if state legislatures are going to have to go and at least pass 5 laws for each state legislature or city by city, I mean, they're not going to be able to do that in one session. It may take them years to actually achieve that. In the meantime, if the funds are being withheld, then the training is not going, and we desperately want them to have the training so they can, be able to respond to a variety of situations. Well, let's get that money to them without these restrictions so they can have a better trained police department.
Thanks. And you were also talking about the rising crime rates. Mr. Cartwright?
I thought I'd respond while we're on the subject. Yes, you're continuing to make a boogeyman of this. The sky is not falling. Nothing's being defunded. Appropriate guardrails are being put up so that the police departments that need to change will change because they have to. And to use the defunding word that you're using is purely a political ploy. Anybody who has read this bill understands that it is up to the Attorney General of the United States to determine whether police departments have substantially complied with the guide rails being put on. I assume the gentleman has read the bill and has seen that in the bill, that it is discretionary with the Attorney General of the United States and not you and not I as to whether police departments have complied with the restrictions. And so absent actually having read the bill and the point that we are not micromanaging police departments or the Department of Justice in making those determinations, you would know that you're calling anything a defunding here is misleading. And I assume it is not intentionally misleading. I assume that the gentleman has not read the bill. Yield back.
Well, Chairman, I thought the only thing we disagreed on was tolling of the roads, but apparently we have a different opinion here. You know, I have quotes from the bill that I'll read you. All right, so this has in effect a law that the funds will not go out the door, which I would call defunding, unless, and I quote, the state has in effect a law that prohibits law enforcement officers from using a chokehold. So right there, that's one prohibition. 2, has in effect a law that prohibits law enforcement from using lethal force and deadly force, another prohibition. Another prohibition has in effect a law on no knock warrants in drug cases. So you can call it all you want. You can say I can't read, I got this text right here. But in effect, this is a de facto defunding of the police. I don't care how you spin it, this is defunding the police. Ranking Member Palazzo, thoughts?
Well, again, I agree with you. I mean, if those prohibitions are contrary to us trying to get the training to the necessary departments, if there's bad departments out there, maybe they need to have those restrictions cast upon them. But again, one size fits all approach is not working. These funds are desperately needed by our police officers so they can police their community, keep their community safe and free from crime. We've seen a huge crime wave. The messaging that this Congress and others have pushed out there have emboldened criminals of all sorts all across the nation to do heinous things, and we need to be attracting police officers, not showing them the door or them not wanting to choose this honorable profession.
Yeah,
And if I can ask the gentleman to yield for a further response, bans on chokeholds exist in many, many jurisdictions already. They are proper, and they are agreed with, even in the absence of this CJS funding bill. And it is a funding bill. It is a funding bill. This is a way for police departments to get more money. To call anything defunding is inappropriate, because these are grants. This is not a steady income stream to police departments. These are grants that are intermittently applied for and intermittently awarded. And to say that because there are different rules this year, all of a sudden that's taking away something that they always got, that is also a misleading impression. I'm sure the gentleman doesn't mean to leave, but that's the problem. I yield back.
Hey, I'm not misleading anybody, and I think the characterization is frankly offensive. There's no way you can read this bill and think that this is not tantamount to defunding the police. The point is very clear, and I'll make it again. There's provisions in this bill that, one, are so complicated you cannot meet the requirements. Funding won't go out the door. That's defunding the police. Or two, the requirements are outside the purview of the police. So again, they will not be funded. So at the end of the day, the police departments won't be funded under this bill. You can play gymnastics with language, but this is depriving the police. That's the point. Now, crime rates are on the rise because of defunding the police. We know this. This bill doesn't do anything regarding the Second Amendment. Ranking Member Palazzo, would you like to talk about the Second Amendment as it pertains to this bill?
Yes, and thank you for bringing up that subject. The bill omits 4 long-standing Second Amendment-related provisions that have been supported on a bipartisan basis over the years. These provisions have protected the ability to import curio and relic firearms and certain shotguns, and to also export low-value gun parts to Canada without a license. Another provision prohibits the administration from implementing the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty unless it's ratified by the Senate. The Arms Trade Treaty could have an impact on law-abiding American gun owners. All of these provisions have been in place for 6 to 16 years and have never been associated with violence. Again, this just reveals the extent of the majority's gun control agenda.
Thank you, and you're back.
Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm somewhat baffled by the turn the conversation's taken about defunding the police, because I spent the entire morning with a bunch of police officers, Officer Hodges, Officer Fanone, Officer Dunn, and they're concerned about not us defunding the police. They got nothing to say about that, because there's nobody trying to defund the police. They're concerned about our defending the police, defending our police. You know, support for law enforcement begins at home. And when we're in session, this is our home. So these officers were very upset about a lot of things. I mean, there were people who understood very clearly on January 6th that we were the victim of a domestic violent extremist attack, which members on both sides of the aisle called terrorism and terror on that day. But what they're saying now is what they see as an attempt to diminish and to dismiss what happened on January 6th. And they're very upset about that. And they're saying, where are the members supporting them today? There were dozens of members of this body who voted against awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the officers who defended us on January 6th. They are astonished by that. The members of Congress won't even meet with them, the officers who saved our lives on that day. So I'm hearing all this rhetoric about defunding the police. I'm asking my poor staff, I'm saying, I'm searching the bill. I can't find anything about defunding the police anywhere. I can't find a single word about it. And this is the same day that we've got officers coming to the Congress to beg us to pay attention to the needs of the Capitol Police and the DC Police. So I'd like to ask you, if I could, first of all, where are the provisions defunding the police that they're talking about? And also, is all of this some kind of rhetorical diversion and displacement from the fact that they're not supporting the police at the Capitol in the Metropolitan Police Department?
Mr. Raskin, thank you for the question. I regret to say that you are exactly right, that this is a diversion. It is also completely absurd rhetoric, this idea of defunding the police. I heard in this room, not 10 minutes ago, a member say out loud that crime rates are on the rise because of defunding of the police. What we're here talking about today is the fiscal year 2022 Appropriations Bill for Commerce, Justice, and Science. It doesn't take effect until next fiscal year. So we had a gentleman actually say out loud that crime rates are on the rise because this bill is defunding the police. If you can think of something that is more nonsense that has ever occurred on Capitol Hill in the history of our republic, I'd like to know about it. We are hearing complete and utter nonsense and drivel from these people who are going on about defunding the police and crime rates on the rise, and all it is nonsense. It is demagoguery intended to inflame the public and intended to mislead people into thinking something is happening that is not actually happening. And so when you bring up the point that, you know, these are the same people that wrap themselves in the American flag every chance they get, pretend like they own it, and all of a sudden, when the furry hats and horns crowd shows up and bashes people, including police officers, over the head with American flagpoles, they act as if nothing happened.
Mr. Cartwright, there were more than 140 police officers wounded on that day. We've got officers who are suffering from traumatic brain injuries, post-traumatic stress syndrome. We've got officers who had their eyes gouged. We had police officers who lost fingers on that day. These are our cops right here. And so we don't need to be talking about some mythical causal relationship between non-existent defund the police policies and increase in the crime rate. We've got an extreme crime rate right here in the Capitol that people don't want to do anything about.
I know that you get to ask the questions, but may I be so bold as to ask you a question? Did you say, Mr. Raskin, that members of Congress have refused to meet with Capitol policemen?
Yes, indeed. And there are dozens of our colleagues who voted against extending the Congressional Gold Medal to police officers who defended our lives on January 6th, when a mob engaged in essentially medieval-style violence, hitting people over the head with baseball bats, steel pipes, Confederate battle flags, Trump flags, American flags they were beating people up with. I urge everybody who's not watched the testimony to watch the testimony today, and then beware of your own rhetoric, because it can come back to haunt you. That's what I'd like to say. And along those lines, we in the House passed on a bipartisan basis, we had 36 Republicans join all the Democrats, legislation for an independent 9/11 commission with 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, equal subpoena authority on both sides to investigate. And they filibustered it and they killed it in the Senate, which is why we had to create this select committee. But there's all kinds of legislation to help our cops, which has been stalled and which has been blocked. I mean, what about just paying for the overtime for the officers on January 6th? And so, well, yes, Ms. Butler, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Ryan.
You know, this is bringing it back full circle to legislative branch and making sure we're doing everything we can to both outlay funds for mental health counseling and for support services to our Capitol Police officers. You know, I do think one of the challenges that we have is everybody's engaging in rhetoric. You know, I live 20 minutes across the border from Portland, Oregon, where we have experienced pretty terrible lawlessness, right? And I don't compare that to what happened here. I agree with your assessment with a number of things that happen here. So that's not my contention, but I think the challenge is the American people need to know that we take all of it very seriously. And I think it's fair to say, you know, Congress does have the purview and the majority has the purview to put how they're going to fund it for, what they're going to give these COPS grants out for. But I think the point is, how do we get the money into the hands of local law enforcement? And those rules for local law enforcement are set at the local community. We can encourage them, but I don't want to leave any of my small communities out. And oftentimes their decisions are made by councils. So I would greatly separate, because I think...
Well, good, but I'll just reclaim my time here. Yes. I appreciate your point very much, because we don't want criminal violence anywhere in America. We don't want to see dramatic increases in criminal or terroristic violence against the Capitol. We don't want to see it in any of our communities in Maryland or Colorado or California or Wyoming or Washington, any place. They all go together. But we have got to get off of our rhetorical high horses and stop attacking other members unless we really think that we don't live in a glass house. Mr. Ryan, let me come to you and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'd just like to outline, you know, this reminds me of the old Irish saying, is this a private fight or can anyone get into it? So I'm just going to inject...
You're more than welcome.
I'm just going to inject myself in. But I do think, you know, let me just say what Chairman Cartwright has said, I think is important. I mean, we can't, coming out of the pandemic, coming out of 1/6, fight with each other about who's for the police and who's not. We're all for the police. We're for making sure that if you're a police officer who does something wrong, that justice is served. And I think that's a pretty simple concept outside of the rhetoric that we're hearing here now.
And if I could, and if you're a police officer who is assaulted, attacked, beat up, and you've done nothing wrong, we stand with you against the criminals.
Well, and that's what the legislative branch bill is doing. That's what the supplemental bill. So the supplemental bill, which is not under our jurisdiction, to reimburse the National Guard, hundreds of millions of dollars in there to make sure that they get paid, because now what we're, and that's the defense bill, it's not our bill, but it was in the supplemental, that we are now starting to see National Guard lose training, National Guard members not get paid if we move into September and October. From our purposes, we funded the Capitol Police in the supplemental bill. We made sure they got their overtime pay. We made sure that there was hazard pay. There were retention bonuses. There was a significant amount in there, as Ms. Herrera-Butler mentioned, around mental health. We brought in Center for Mind-Body Medicine with Dr. Jim Gordon. That's doing terrific work to really deal with a lot of the trauma. Now, you're talking about officers who, in December, January, were working 16-hour days for a significant period of time. 1/6 happens. Immediately got to turn around and get ready for the inauguration. They're staying at the local hotel. They don't even get to hug their kids. They don't get to see their kids after 1/6 happened. This is just to give a picture of the stress and trauma that so many of them have dealt with. So in this bill, we add an additional, I think, $80 million for the Capitol Police, training, equipment, all of the problems that we saw, we try to fix them. And in addition to that, as another barrier, they would work overtime, and that overtime would not count towards their retirement. So in this bill, we fix that to make sure that that overtime pay will be credited to their retirement. So I just want to say, well, there's like 8 million examples of us in the majority funding the police, COPS grants, and everything else. So we've got to get past the...
Mr. Ryan, thank you. That really is an excellent and welcome clarification about our profound investment in the police, and particularly in the Capitol Police Force, which has been so besieged. One thing I'd like to tell you about the hearing today that was so shocking to me was Officer Hodges, who was the officer who got caught in the doorway by the insurrectionists, and it was in there for minutes and was screaming. He was basically being tortured. He came today, and he testified, and he had profound injuries, and he told me that he was going back to work later today. He's back on the force. I mean, these guys are back on the force. Their devotion is unbelievable. And what they told us was that one of the problems they're having in recruiting new officers is the idea that both parties are not supporting them. So they're saying it's an issue with recruitment if they don't feel like we're a unified Congress behind the police. So let's get together and back our police. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I feel like we've gotten far, far off the issue.
Welcome to the Rules Committee.
Well, it doesn't always have to be that way, Mr. Chair.
We need a chair that can
Focus.
steer this more tightly.
I'm not even going to comment. But I just wanted to, first of all, I want to associate myself with the comments of Mr. Ranking Member Cole and Congressman Reschenthaler regarding the issues with the police officers. But I also want to focus a little bit and say, that the question really here is what we should be focusing on is whether or not the dollars in this bill are actually getting to the police and they're going to be helping the police, and if they can even qualify for those dollars because of the requirements. And so I was just wondering if Mr. Palazzo could give me some idea if you feel like any of the, I know we talked about it just briefly earlier with, I believe it was with Congressman Reschenthaler, about whether or not those departments are going to be able to meet those requirements within the upcoming grant cycle.
Well, it appears no. The quick answer would be no, that the funding will be held up, whatever you want to call it, since we're all trying to hold back our rhetoric, which that'd be good if, when they say that, they would actually hold back their rhetoric. Because we all need to support our law enforcement, because as if our lives depend on it, because at one moment, at one time, it may very well depend on it. And they need to be well-trained. They need to be able to provide services in a variety of situations. I mentioned earlier, it just seems, well, first of all, there's if we're trying to come together and Republicans and Democrats and support our law enforcement, then why is this such a lopsided partisan bill with nothing but why no Republican supported it or can support it? Because we have grave concerns and considerations with this bill, and if we really want to put the rhetoric aside and work together, maybe there's an opportunity to come together and draft a bipartisan bill. And by bipartisan, I don't mean one or two members of the other party. I'm talking, a super majority passing something out of Congress, because in that case, it'll be beneficial for the majority of all Americans and not just a slight few. Conditions, like here's one example. The conditions require every officer to complete training on implicit bias and de-escalation. Yet the Community Police and Development Program, which provides grants for these exact purposes, is restricted unless a police department has completed this training. So they can't get the money until they can show that they've been trained, but that money helps them to become trained and be better police officers. The same goes for grants that can be used to help gain accreditation. If so here, it requires accreditation by a certified law enforcement accreditation organization, but there are private entities that provide accreditation and there are states that provide accreditation, but there's no certified law enforcement accreditation organization. So whether this was, to withhold funds or slow funds until these police departments can meet the training required to receive the funds, it may have just, maybe some of these things just need to be cleaned up so the funding is not withheld and it can get to the police departments that desperately need it.
May I respond, Mr. Fishbach?
Well, I still have some more questions.
In fuller response, what I will say is this. We are hearing...
The gentlewoman...
I'm reclaiming my time.
I'm sorry.
No, I still have some other comments and things to make, and I don't want it to get out of hand. Because it did last...
It's out of hand if I'm talking. Sorry about
that. Well, no, you got very upset last time, and we're... went off on a whole lot of tangents, and so I just would like to have my opportunity, because I do have I would like to ask, Mr. Chair, unanimous consent for an article, because I know that someone had a question about defunding the police, or rising crime, defunding the police, but there's an article from the Wall Street Journal, Cities Reverse Defunding the Police Amid Rising Crime, and so I'd like to
Without
ask
objection.
unanimous, thank you very much for that. And then, but I just did, I did want to say that one thing that I think is very important that someone said, and I can't remember who, is that one size does not fit all. In my district, I've got great variety of sizes of police departments, whether it be sheriffs, whether it be small towns, very small towns, and so I'm very concerned that when we put all these requirements on, we're just not addressing those small towns. We're not taking into the reality that those small towns, with the kinds of training and the kinds of requirements, will be able to even qualify for any of these dollars, and they're in desperate need of those dollars too. And then I wanted to just have one question for Congressman Rogers. There's the Green Climate Fund that receives about $1 billion in the bill. I'm wondering if any of the concerns about the ability to manage those new dollars was talked about, or if there is an ability, or how they're going to be handling that, if they're getting a lot more money, and if there's any accountability or any kind of reporting requirements for those dollars they're getting.
Well, the bill includes a whopping $3.1 billion for international environment programs, including $2 billion through multilateral programs, including $1.6 billion for the Green Climate Fund. That fund alone was funded at an amount that's a staggering $400 million above what the president asked for to meet U.S. commitments under the deeply flawed Paris Climate Accord. So rather than put climate change at the centerpiece of U.S. foreign and development policy, it would be far wiser to focus taxpayer dollars on the immediate and growing challenges that are testing U.S. national security every day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the subcommittee chairs and ranking members for being here. I wondered, Mr. Cartwright, given that there's a narrative being discussed today that the requirements in the bill are clearly so difficult that many police departments around the country apparently won't be able to qualify and receive their funding. I wondered if perhaps you could walk us through your perspective on that.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. The truth is, as I mentioned at the outset, there are so many fine law enforcement agencies, police departments, small and large, that are doing a wonderful job of justice and policing. And they'll have no trouble at all complying with the guardrails put up in this CJS bill. None at all. In fact, as I mentioned, they could go out and teach courses in de-escalation and community policing. We have some shining examples of terrific police work in this country, and it may only be a small fraction that need these guide rails, but that's kind of the way the law works. You write the law for everybody, and it's really the law, the ones who don't follow the law that you're worried about when you write those laws. But you're right. This is a narrative that's being floated in this room. It is a sad day when we have such canards being thrown around, such as defunding police or Democrats not wanting fully to fund the police. We do fund the police. We put in an enormous amount of resources in the Appropriations Committee into police. What's the best example of that? The American Rescue Plan. The $1.9 trillion that we enacted under the leadership and guidance of President Biden to help so many local towns and cities and their governments survive the pandemic. And of that, not millions, not tens of millions, not hundreds of millions, but billions of dollars went to police forces to keep them going in the middle of the pandemic. And we voted for that. Every Democrat voted for that, and not one Republican voted for that. If anybody in the world should be screaming that the other party is voting to defund the police, I regret to say it is the grand old party that voted to defund the police when they refused to vote for the American Rescue Plan. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also note that it does seem to me, and I'm going to be really brief, I promise, but it does seem to me that through the long history of this Congress, we've put stipulations on funding always to try to encourage not uniformity necessarily, but standards be met because we felt it was in the national interest to have standards and that resources are often tied to those standards. I don't find anything unusual about what we're doing. It's an attempt to continue to try to improve what we see as important when it's in the national interest. I'd also, just before I close, also associate I'd like to be associated with Mr. Perlmutter's comments. I do think, and someone who served a long time in the state legislature before coming here, that we would do well to think about the way that we fund the Congress around MRAs for individual members to be able to increase staff resources and particularly in an environment where many of the other folks who try to influence policy have substantially more resources at their disposal, and so some of the most talented staff people end up going to the private sector because I frankly think that their pay and the pay of staff is just insignificant, and so hopefully Mr. Ryan's subcommittee over time, as you're examining this, I just think the Congress, if we're going to be a co-equal branch of government, if we're going to be, as I think the distinguished ranking member said, the first branch, that we have to have the resources commensurate with it so that we can do our job properly and not only legislate but provide adequate oversight. So I just wanted to thank Mr. Perlmutter for raising it. Thank you for your good work, and I hope in time that we'll be able to increase the resource. I know no one's ever arguing for more dollars for Congress around the country. This would not be the most popular thing, but I frankly think in order for us to do our job adequately and protect the interests of the American public, the Congress needs to have the resources available to that, and I don't see that as a partisan issue. I think that should be bipartisan, and we ought to figure out here how to make sure that that happens. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I think Mr. Desagne. Okay. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues on Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations subcommittees for your hard work and addressing critical issues. And I know it's a lot to get through everything that you have to do. I'd also like to touch on an amendment that I've proposed that would help address sexual harassment and sexual assault on college campuses. I hope it will be in order and considered. My district includes most of North Carolina's Research Triangle and is home to 7 institutions of higher education, and sexual violence is widely acknowledged as a problem on college campuses. Though the Department of Education collects some data on sexual violence at schools that receive federal funding, the actual prevalence of campus sexual assault is unknown due to the underreporting of these incidences to authorities. My amendment provides the Department of Justice $2 million for the continued development and testing of its campus climate survey on sexual assault. Campus climate surveys enable schools to gather more comprehensive data, which is critical to their ability to understand, develop, implement, and improve their policies and practices. Students need to have a safe environment in order to learn, grow, and thrive as young adults, as professionals, and I encourage my colleagues to prioritize the safety of students and support my amendment and this bill, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse? All right. So I think you've survived this panel. Let me just close by saying that, I'm under no illusion that the politics around this place are going to get better anytime soon. But I've been around here long enough, including as a staffer, to have seen it different. When I came to work as a staffer for Joe Moakley many years ago, Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House. Bob Michael was the minority leader. And they get along famously. They golf regularly. I remember when Mr. Michael had a challenge from a Democrat in Illinois. Tip O'Neill refused to go and campaign for the Democrat because he had such great admiration for Bob Michael. And you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. And whether or not everybody here realizes it, in the opening statements, there's a lot of stuff in these bills that everybody agrees on. Granted, I mean, there's differences, but we need to get to the finish line, however long that takes. And I for many years have seen Hal Rogers in action, and we disagree on a lot of stuff, but you could do business with you. Same with Tom Cole. I had a comment on the floor today, which will probably lose him his election, but I said that in response to one Republican who got up, and I thought it was a little bit very theatrical and kind of responding to what we were dealing with, that yelling and screaming doesn't solve anything. And it makes us look bad to the general public. And, you can't get things done with people like that. And I know with Tom and with Hal and Barbara and, and Congresswoman Herrera Butler and stuff, I mean, all of you here, I mean, there's places we've worked together on. And I don't know how we put the genie back in the bottle, but Appropriations Committees has always been the place where it always seems that even during the most difficult times, there's common sense prevails. And this is a crazy time in this country, and it's going to get worse as we approach the next election. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we got to get our work done, and we need to get it done in a way where we respect one another and we don't demonize each other. So I thank you all very much. There's no other questions. You are free to go. Thank you. Yeah, the scotch is in the other room if you would like it.
There's a much better bar downstairs. He's got one bar.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's got the better. All right. So you have the next panel. Thank you. Mr. Good. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Smith. Mr. Malinowski. Mr. Graves. And Mr. Good, we'll begin with you. Yeah, I think, just make sure your mics are on. Right. Well, maybe we'll just go this way. Maybe we'll go Mr. Smith, or we'll just go to the left. How's that? Oh, you go. Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Mr. Chairman.
good, all right.
Appreciate that. And there is an amendment on the floor that I have to speak on. So
Okay, good. Well, then we could.
Really appreciate it.
All right.
And Mr. Cole, Ranking Member, thank you both for this opportunity. Earlier this year, President Biden reversed the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, which was a reiteration of an expansion of President Ronald Reagan's Mexico City policy. Announced by Reagan at the UN Conference on Population Growth in Mexico City in 1984, hence its name, the policy was designed to ensure that U.S. taxpayer money was not funneled to foreign non-governmental organizations that perform or promote abortion. I note parenthetically, in 1984, I offered the First Amendment on the floor of the House that was affirmed in a bipartisan way to be behind that Mexico City policy. We've had many, many votes and debates on it over the years, and I'm asking that an amendment to reinstate it be provided to me and those who have co-sponsored our amendment. The amendment would strike the language in the bill that prevents any future president from promulgating any iteration of the Mexico City policy. And like I said, it would insert new text that reinstates the Mexico City policy. just asking for a vote and a debate. The Mexico City policy established pro-life safeguards, what we believe to be benign, humane conditions on global health assistance. For many years, foreign NGOs have been empowered by taxpayer funds, and this is grant money, to weaken, undermine, reverse pro-life laws in other countries, especially in Africa. And I traveled throughout all of Africa, and when I see U.S. dollars aiding and abetting those, if they're going to do it on their own, that's one thing. But for us to be providing grant money to undermine laws that protect the sanctity of unborn children, and as I said yesterday, you know, the methods of abortion are hideous. They're dismemberment, chemical poisoning. The baby is cut in a horrible way. We talk about violence. Abortion is violence against unborn children. And my hope would be that we would at least ensure that taxpayers aren't complicit in that. The Second Amendment would reinstate the Helms Amendment, which the underlying bill would eviscerate. Helms is the Hyde Amendment for the rest of the world. Like I said, the bill before us would get rid of that. The amendment is co-sponsored by some 46 members, and I would point out to my colleagues that a recent Marist poll, January, found that 77% of Americans are opposed to using taxpayer monies to pay for the destruction of unborn children in other countries. Only 19% support that. The Marist poll found that 55% of Democrats, 85% of independents, and 95% of Republicans were against using taxpayer funds to pay for abortions in other countries. And finally, a third amendment for your consideration, and I do hope you will allow it. Again, up or down vote. We may lose, we may win, but at least give us that opportunity. For the past 4 decades, the UN Population Fund has vigorously supported, funded, defended, promoted, even celebrated the Chinese Communist Party's coercive population control program. The amendment I am offering today would make the UNFPA ineligible to receive U.S. funds that are appropriated in this bill, and that would be $70 million that's in this bill. Several years ago, I met with the Chinese Communist Party leader in charge of the entire program, had a multi-hour meeting with her, Madame Peng Pei-yung, in Beijing. She told me over and over again in subsequent human rights trips to China, lesser people at their state family planning program policy in Beijing group, always said, there's no coercion, none whatsoever, and the UNFPA is here, and they say the same thing. So they became not just a cheerleader, but a whitewasher of these crimes against women. Under Presidents Bush 1, Bush 2, Trump, and even 1 year under President Bill Clinton, the UNFPA was barred from receiving U.S. funds because of their support and co-management of China's forced abortion and forced sterilization policy. Hundreds of millions of women have been exploited and irreparably scarred by this UNFPA-backed program. And there's never been any accountability. Yes, we withheld some funds, but they've never been held to account. There is no transparency whatsoever, none. When we've asked the UNFPA, what are you doing in China? They say, talk to China. And that's what the Bush administration got when they officially made those requests over and over again. The UNFPA-supported child limitation policy has led to the worst gender disparity in any nation in the history of humankind. Where are the missing girls? Some put it as many as 60 million. Some say more than that. Missing girls, daughters killed simply because they were girls. I would point out to my colleagues that this gender side is unprecedented. Yes, there are other countries where there has been a disparity, but China is the worst, and it's directly responsible. The policy of child limitation is one of the major causes. So I yield back, and I do hope all 3 amendments will be made in order. And again, if you disagree, fine. Let's at least have the vote and the debate.
Thank you very much, and I know you have to go to the floor. Normally, we force you to stay here till the end, but does anyone have a question? Well, you don't have, does anyone have a question from?
I just want to thank my friend for his long advocacy for these causes and effective advocacy, and associate myself. I very much hope your amendments are made in order, and very much, again, appreciate the job that you do on behalf of people who can speak for themselves.
I just want to say I've always appreciated your passion. We've not agreed on this subject, but I've always appreciated your passion.
Ms. Fishback?
And, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to associate myself with the words of the ranking member, and thank you very much, Congressman Smith, for all of your hard work on this, because it is an important issue that we deal with, so thank you.
Thank you. You're free to go. You did a good job at the Charting Commission hearing today, too, so thank you. All right, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm here to speak in support of 3 amendments that I filed on the appropriations bill that the Rules Committee is considering today. My first amendment would prohibit funds in the legislative branch appropriations bill from being used to enforce a mask mandate in the U.S. Capitol complex. The American people are done with being required to wear masks. And as their representatives, we must insist that tax dollars are not used to enforce a mask mandate again. I want to thank many of my colleagues for joining me on this amendment, especially the absent Dr. Burgess, who offered a similar amendment that I'm proud to support. Mr. Chairman, it's time for the majority to end the partisan political theater. Enough's enough. Follow the science, remove the masks, which have never been demonstrated to make any significant difference in COVID transmission. Next, I urge support for my amendment to the State Foreign Operations and Related Appropriations Bill, which would defund an Obama-era chain migration program that was recently reinstated and expanded by the Biden-Harris administration, which permits millions of individuals who are illegally crossing the border to petition the government to have their relatives illegally transported to the United States on the taxpayer's dime. So it's illegals bringing in more illegals. This America Last policy implemented by the Biden administration is not in the best interest of Americans economically or otherwise, and it misuses taxpayer dollars. So I urge support for this amendment. Finally, I urge your support for my amendment to the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill, blocking federal funds from being used to implement the Arms Trade Treaty. The Arms Trade Treaty has never been ratified by the Senate, and the Trump administration withdrew U.S. support as a matter of foreign policy. The treaty's ambiguities on commercially available arms and munitions in the U.S. are simply a Trojan horse intended to take away law-abiding citizens' rights to defend themselves, Second Amendment constitutionally protected rights. We cannot allow federal funds to be used to carry out this treaty at the UN, and so I urge again support of this amendment. Thank you. I yield back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm here to address the Foreign Operations Bill, which I strongly support and want to congratulate Chairwoman Lee and Ranking Member Rogers for a bill that I think has a lot of good in it, a lot of bipartisan good in it, and I want to speak to a couple of amendments that I've submitted on one country, which may seem like a small matter within this bill, the country of Egypt, but which I do not think is a small matter because our aid to Egypt over the years has constituted one of the largest and, in my opinion, most wasteful elements of our international assistance budget. $1.3 billion in military assistance a year for more than 40 years. Think about how much that is. It is a program, I can tell you from my experience as an American diplomat, that the Egyptian government views as an entitlement. When I used to meet with Egyptian officials, they would behave as if I should be the grateful party because they are so good as to allow us to give them this money every single year, which I have to say I found arrogant and distasteful. I think it buys us very little in terms of our national security or even Egypt's national security. If you talk to the Pentagon in any real armed conflict, they would want the Egyptian military to stay as far away from the battlefield as possible. The weapons that we give them are extremely useful for military parades. About the only time I can remember recently when they used the most sophisticated weapon systems we've given them, Apache helicopters and F-16 jets, it was to attack a group of tourists in the Western Desert, by mistake, of course, in Egypt, killing a number of Mexican tourists and maiming a young American woman named April Corley, who is still awaiting compensation for that event. And as we get very little for our security or even Egypt's security, we've been providing what I think is essentially a blank check for one of the most brutal dictatorships in the world, and getting more brutal by the day. Over 60,000 political prisoners, rampant torture in these prisons, Very recently, the head of one of Egypt's most respected human rights organizations was criminally charged very shortly after meeting with Secretary of State Blinken, I believe is retaliation for meeting with our nation's chief diplomat. And in some ways most disturbing from our point of view, a consistent pattern of intimidation and harassment of Americans and their families, those living in Egypt and those living right here in the United States. Egyptian-American who is a good friend of mine and I think has met a number of you as well as had members of his family repeatedly kidnapped by the Egyptian police because he is an advocate for human rights in that country, in the United States, an American citizen. So I think we need to debate this a little bit more than we have. This relationship has been on autopilot for more than 40 years. I have submitted a couple of amendments, and I do want to acknowledge there's good language in the bill already, but I've submitted a couple of amendments, one of which I would acknowledge I knew would not be accepted, but I want to make the point because it's a bill, it's an amendment that shows what we could do just in the Middle East with the $1.3 billion a year that we hand out to the Egyptian military. $50 million for the Niederlohe Middle East Partnership for Peace Act, $150 million for scholarships and educational funding across the region, $150 million to support elections in Libya, Syria, Yemen, Tunisia, $250 million for humanitarian aid to the Yemeni people, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, $200 million for economic development in Tunisia and Jordan, close allies that are more democratic than Egypt, $100 million to help Syrian refugees, $50 million to help the Egyptian military do the one thing that is useful, and that's participating in foreign peacekeeping missions, and so on and so on and so on. And then more realistically, I've asked and hope that you will support an amendment that would simply transfer $25 million from the military financing account, the FMF account, to educational and scholarship programs for Egyptians. I can tell you the vast majority of people in Egypt would vastly prefer, if we're going to be providing aid to their country, that we give it to students, to young people in that country looking to get a better education. Certainly our interest would be better served. So in short, I think this is a broken relationship. We do not debate it enough. When I was a State Department official, I can tell you we often privately hoped that Congress would actually have the courage to break this annual $1.3 billion habit because we at the State Department would have had more leverage. Now I'm a member of Congress, and I hear people say, well, we hope that the administration will have the courage to come to us and ask for a change. Well, I hope that we have the courage to look at this and do something, even if small, to say that this is not an entitlement. This is something that has to serve the U.S. national interest. There may be some better ways to spend this money. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molinar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee. I come before the committee today to offer this amendment on behalf of its sponsor, Mr. Adderholt. The goal of the amendment is to reinstate the DOJ Hyde-like language that bans funds for elective abortion under the Department of Justice. This bipartisan language has been lost since nearly every fiscal year since 1987. The removal of this long-standing bipartisan language is a step too far by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It was even a step too far for President Biden, given that this specific prohibition on taxpayer funds to pay for abortions within DOJ was maintained in his fiscal year 2022 budget request. The Hyde Amendment and the related amendments across the appropriations bills have been passed together over the years to protect the lives of the unborn, who are the most vulnerable and powerless in our country. The majority's effort to remove Hyde-like protections from the CJS bill and the rest of the appropriations process will hurt unborn children, as well as the American taxpayers who vehemently oppose the use of federal funds to pay for abortion. I respectfully request this amendment be made in order.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Cole, appreciate the opportunity to join you today. First amendment I want to talk about is number 30. It has to do with the Modern Fish Act. It was legislation that we had signed into law in December of 18. And what it does, Mr. Chairman, similar to your state, we have a lot of recreational fishers. And this, for the first time ever, required the federal government balance the management of fisheries with both recreational and commercial. Unfortunately, the administration, both the previous and this one, have not fully implemented the law. This is sort of that nudge to have them. It's a plus and minus amendment that urges them to fully implement the law and apply that appropriate balance. Second Amendment's number 19. And I'm going to jump on board with what my comments, the comments of my friend from New York in the previous panel. Mr. Chairman, I think it's safe to say, echoing your comments in closing that last panel, the performance of the Congress writ large is not one that I would consider to be admirable. I don't think that we're properly executing, discharging the duties that founders gave us within this branch of government. And I think that by us creating a void, all we're doing is ceding more and more jurisdiction to the administration. And so my point here is that I don't think that members of Congress deserve a pay raise. I don't. But there are people sitting behind you. There are people sitting behind me that I think shouldn't be held or victimized by our failure to properly execute our duties here. And that's the staff. As you know, members of Congress pay used to be linked to that of district judges or vice versa. It has become delinked, and there is a significant gap at this point. So our staffs are locked in, and they're artificially capped, which causes us to lose staff to the administration, to lose staff to agencies, and of course, our inability to compete with the private sector. And so what this amendment does is it simply delinks staff pay to member pay, and it reestablishes that link between district judge pay and that of staff. So it would establish a 92% of district judge pay would be the cap on staff. So it would be in excess of members. Obviously, it would not be mandatory. It would be something that members would have the discretion to use their MRA to increase the staff pay. I think they deserve it, and I don't think that they should again be victimized by our poor performance. Next amendment is number 20. This is on ledge branch as well. This has to do with Office of Legislative Counsel. As you know, Legislative Counsel has really been struggling with all the amendments, keeping up with all the amendments in committee and in personal offices for markups and for floor action. This directs the Office of Ledge Counsel to establish a collaborative drafting platform where staffs, both personal office and Office of Ledge Counsel, can collaborate on amendments, allowing for a shared platform, which I think will reduce the burden on Legislative Counsel, allow us to get amendments drafted faster. I think it's going to result in better service and ultimately in better representation of our constituents. The last one is number 21. Mr. Chairman, in every year we appropriate funds, billions of dollars in funding for the Disaster Relief Fund in Fema. In the aftermath of major disasters, we come in and do supplemental appropriations. And all of these funds go to federal agencies. Mr. Chairman, having been through dozens and dozens of disasters in my home state of Louisiana, having worked with other members, particularly after Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria, offices are also burdened. We had an increase, I think it was 4,000 FEMA cases alone from a single 2016 disaster. So what this would do is it would establish a $1 million reserve fund controlled by House Administration Committee that would be able to allocate supplemental funds in the event of a disaster and a request from a personal office to be able to ramp up staffing, to be able to increase travel expenses in the event that they're faced with a disaster and have a legitimate need for those dollars. It would have to be approved by both the chair and the ranker of that committee, and I think it would help us to improve our service to constituents in the event of that surge need. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Obernolte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask your support for a very simple amendment to the bill we're considering today. This amendment would shift $25 million of funding from Department of Justice general funds to the DEA for the express purpose of enforcing federal law on the illegal cultivation of marijuana. This is an enormous issue for my district. And to be clear, we're not talking about a few people growing plants in their backyard. These are hundreds of acres with hundreds of thousands of plants. And also to be clear, we're not talking about legal cultivation of marijuana. Marijuana cultivation is legal in my home state. It is legal in several of the different jurisdictions that I represent. But we are talking about illegal cultivation of marijuana. And the problem with this is the folks who are willing to break the one law in cultivating marijuana illegally are willing to break many more laws. And it's causing an enormous stress on the people that I represent. These grows, it would boggle your mind if you saw the scale of these grows. These grows are bulldozed in the middle of the desert. They're surrounded by a 10-foot high bulldozed earthen berm with a gate on the front. And the reason for the berm is not to keep people out, it is to keep people in. The majority of the workers at these grows are trafficked across the border. It is a human catastrophe. These people are forced to work here as slaves. They are working with stolen water. We estimate that about 3 million gallons a day of water is stolen to operate these grows just in the state of California. They're stealing power, megawatts of power, and they're also using banned pesticides that are legal nowhere in California, in fact, nowhere in the United States. These pesticides are so toxic, in fact, that the law enforcement officers who have destroyed the plants involved in some of these grows have come up with full body rashes afterwards as a result of these toxins. And unfortunately, the wash off those toxins winds up in the groundwater. So this is a catastrophe for everyone involved, including the folks who are trying to follow the law and pursue legal marijuana cultivation. And unfortunately, local law enforcement agencies are completely overwhelmed. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department currently estimates we have 800 of these grows that we're tracking just in that one county. And they estimate with the current workload that they have and the personnel they have to devote to the problem, it's going to take them 3 years to work through it. And this is in a crop whose commercial lifetime is 3 months. So I hope you can appreciate the problem. This is a modest investment in federal enforcement for this law, and this problem, it's appropriate for the federal government to get involved. It's just going to shift from one district to another as these criminal enterprises shift from one place to another. So it's a common sense and a very modest solution to a very serious problem, and I'd like to respectfully request your support for this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's testimony, and Mr. Graves, I agree with you. I think staff do deserve a raise. I think members of Congress do too, and I'm always, people who are members of Congress don't think they deserve the pay they get, they don't have to take it. But the fact of the matter is that that issue gets demagogued by Democrats and Republicans, unfortunately. In the past, we brought it up, but if we could delink the staff, I'm all for it. The challenge we have is that it is, your amendment is drafted as a Clause 2 violation, so it's legislating on appropriation. Well, I mean, the reality is we don't, you didn't, and we don't waive individual, waive that for individual amendments, because you open up a whole can of worms that is, but there's other ways to get at that. And I'm happy to work with you, because I really do think that we want to have the best and the brightest not only work here, but stay here. I think it's in the interest of the American people to have people with some institutional memory who know what the hell's going on, and I'm happy to, to figure out ways to get to that goal, because I can just tell you that the people on the Rules Committee, the staff on the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, yes, they dealt with over 1,000 amendments, hundreds of amendments today. Every bill that you guys bring to the floor comes through here with amendments. They have to run it by the parliamentarian, by the legislative council, by CBO. I mean, and then, with all due respect to everybody, a big chunk of the amendments, Democrats and Republicans that they submit, are not written properly, and so these people work with you to perfect them so that they are actually compliant. So, so I'm happy to. Yeah. So I'm happy to work with you on that. And Mr. Malinowski, your issues on the human rights situation in Egypt are well taken. And I mean I think sometimes, and this is a problem, doesn't matter what party's in the White House, but there's a tendency to not want to rock the boat because we think we have an alliance with somebody, and that talking about human rights is somehow off the table. And that's really a bad way to proceed, because in the long run, it doesn't serve our interests, and unfortunately, it results in a lot of people being persecuted. So anyway, thank you all, and I yield to Mr. Cole.
Questions?
Dr. Burgess.
Yeah, maybe Mr. O'Malley, I appreciate you bringing your amendment. Forgive me, Texas, that activity is not legal, so I wouldn't know the difference between a legal grow and an illegal grow. They're all illegal. So how do you identify what are the parameters that are followed or not followed for an illegal grow?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. So in California, Proposition 64, which is the law that legalized the cultivation of marijuana, allowed each individual local jurisdiction to determine whether or not cultivation would be legal there. So in my district, I represent 13 cities. 2 cities have made it legal, and the county has made it illegal, which means that in unincorporated areas it's legal. So it's only legal in 2 of the 13 cities I represent. But also in California, there's a very strict framework that comes along with the legalization. Individual plants are tracked from birth to death. The product is tracked. There are taxes, fees, and fees paid at each stage of the licensure. So it's very clear who's doing it legally and who's doing it illegally. But the other thing to look for is the scale. The illegal grows are much larger scale than the legal grows. Individual illegal grows can be hundreds of acres and hundreds of thousands of plants. And that's why it's such a catastrophe for the people who live in the neighborhoods where these grows are located, because over half of them are controlled by international cartels, according to law enforcement. My constituents have been shot at. My constituents have been harassed. They don't feel safe in their own homes. And in California, unfortunately, illegal cultivation at any scale is merely a misdemeanor. And that's why it's up to the DEA to enforce this, because the DEA has tools that local law enforcement can't bring to bear without tying it to a larger crime such as money laundering. So, for example, wiretap authorizations can't be pursued by local law enforcement. They could be pursued by the DEA.
So let me ask you this, if I could, and I appreciate your answer. Is asset forfeiture ever invoked with any of these illegal grows if it's a federal law that's violated?
That is another tool that the DEA can use that local law enforcement cannot, because unfortunately California state law, because this is only a misdemeanor that we're talking about, they can't even bulldoze the hothouses, the makeshift greenhouses that are housing these plants, because the people that own the hothouses could then bring a suit against law enforcement claiming the illegal destruction of property. The only thing that they can do is physically destroy the plants.
And Mr. Graves, I just have to ask you, if we make your fisheries amendment in order, does that mean that Austin Scott will stop bothering me?
It will significantly increase the chances, yes.
Wonderful. Mr. Good, you and I both had an amendment dealing with the mask mandate. One of the reasons I was out of the committee was to try to decipher what has just come down from the CDC. I'm not sure that I can decipher it, but so I apologize for missing your testimony, but I just think it really good. Yeah, I'm sure. It's so critical that we maintain our authority here in the House of Representatives and not farm it out to someone else. And as much as all the affection that I have for the attending physician, his job is to keep people healthy. His job is not to run the House. And I appreciate your amendment. I hope mine is not too much in conflict with it. We need one or the other, and this needs to be settled. And unfortunately now, with what's happening at the CDC, it really is critical that it be solved today. So thank you for bringing that.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter.
I associate myself with your remarks on Egypt and on sort of the staff, the recruitment and retention of the staff, but also I associate myself with your remarks on member pay. Yeah. After 11 years of nothing, just the inflation component of this, it's ridiculous, actually. And Mr. Obernolte, I'd like to talk to you some more about the illegal grows, since this is something I'm working on, try to get the financial side of this thing straightened out between federal government and the states. So with that, I'd yield back.
Mr. Eschendahl. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I wanted to say is that according to the CDC, wearing a mask does reduce infection and transmission. So I just didn't want us to be transmitting false information to people. And I don't know if you reject all the studies that they've collected. I'm looking at one right now, May 7th, 2021, where they collected data from a whole bunch of different studies that demonstrate that mask wearing reduces infections.
We had decades decades of study that we were told about and read about when the China virus originated a year and a half ago that told us that masks didn't make a difference in the transmission of respiratory virus or, and that's why Dr. Fauci twice said in an email in February that was uncovered, as well as and publicly said in March that a mask didn't make any difference, no reason to wear a mask. And so
you dispute the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention conclusions on this?
The CDC has given a lot of political and non-scientific counsel to us and advice to us over the past year and a half.
Well, I would just say that this, I think, generally accords with the findings about states that have had mask mandates and jurisdictions that have had mask mandates versus those that don't, which of course are suffering, especially right now in the dramatic rise of cases under the new Delta variant. So I mean, obviously we have an honest disagreement, I suppose, but I don't want this committee to be the courier of false information to the public about masks.
I'm not presuming that you're accepting my testimony as your testimony or my position as yours.
Okay, but I just didn't want our committee to be the source of misinformation, so that's all I wanted to say. So let's see. Mr. Graves, I wanted to come to you, but I also took a real interest in several of your amendments and I looked more closely at them. I wanted to ask you just about the constitutionality of the amendment that you had, which, if I heard you correctly, it was locating the decision about whether to dispense further aid, further disaster aid to particular jurisdictions to the committee in Congress. And I wondered, doesn't that violate the Chadha principle? In other words, don't we need to act as Congress when we're appropriating money?
I apologize for the confusion. Let me see if I can clarify. So, Mr. Raskin, as you know, in the aftermath of a disaster, we often appropriate extra dollars for federal agencies. What this would do is it effectively would set up a disaster reserve fund within the Congress. So if Maryland is hit with a hurricane, you are going to have thousands of additional cases potentially working with FEMA and other federal agencies. This would allow the House Administration Committee to allocate funds to your office to ramp up your staffing to be able to handle the additional cases. I don't think it violates Chadha.
Oh, I see. You're talking about an internal,
yes, sir.
An internal fund for just
Yes,
House staffing.
Yes, sir.
I got you. Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear.
Okay, good. Well, that's a really interesting idea. I thank you for that one. And let's see. So, Mr. Malinowski, if I could come to you. First of all, thank you for the seriousness of your proposal about Egypt and for the explanation of the situation. Obviously, you've got an extraordinary background as the Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Labor, Human Rights, if I've got it right.
That's right. In which capacity I used to testify on this in front of our chairman here. So good to be back in this.
So, but first I wanted to ask you a general question, which is, does the committee periodically or systematically review the human rights performance of states that are getting aid from us in this way? In other words, is this something that would have come up before? Or, I mean, it just seems like you're sort of bringing it out of, out of the blue, but shouldn't there be some process for this?
Yeah, in my experience, this does not get a lot of intensive review. It's an uncomfortable subject for members because I think, frankly, many of us in this body understand that it isn't quite right that we give this brutal dictatorship $1.3 billion a year in military aid, no questions asked. But if we really were forced to examine it, we might be forced to take a difficult decision. There have not been, and since my time in Congress, there have not been hearings on the House side, at least, on our assistance programs in Egypt.
But I guess what I'm asking is this an eccentric or aberrational example that this human rights review is taking place for other countries but not Egypt, or just in general?
It is a bit of an aberration because there is this, the Egyptian government will argue that there is a rule that we must get $1.3 billion a year that dates back to the Camp David Accords. That really is not the case, but that is something that has become ingrained in people's thinking, and so therefore does not get the same scrutiny or review as most other aid programs that are kind of go up or down every single year, depending on our interests and how much money we may have in the overall.
Well, I mean, you've set forth a very compelling case for why Egypt does not deserve anything like this kind of aid, both in terms of their human rights performance, which is miserable, but also in terms of their ability to deliver on military promises and so on. But your amendment actually is very nominal, even symbolic, right? Your amendment is just calling for a $25 million redirection of money into college scholarships, is that right?
Yes, I mean, I have two amendments, and the first is much more
sweeping.
Yeah. And I submitted that because I wanted the members and the public, frankly, to be able to see if we had $1.3 billion to spend in the Middle East on all of the issues that we do have hearings on, that we do talk about a lot, Lebanon, Tunisia, Libya, the situation in Yemen, the refugee crisis in Syria, Iraq, where our troops are in harm's way. There's so much good that we can do, whereas I don't think any of us can name a single good thing that $1.3 billion to the Egyptian military does. The second one, I think, more realistic, more digestible, but would be pretty much the first time that we actually questioned the sanctity, the sacredness of that $1.3 billion figure.
And what would the practical effect of this be if we actually did it?
The practical effect would be that we would take $25 million as the proposal, and it would still remain within the Egypt account, except it would go for something that actually would help people.
And what would the larger political or policy effect be in terms of everything else you care about?
It would be to communicate to the Egyptian government that their military program is not an entitlement. They have to earn it. It has to be consistent with U.S. national interest. And if they continue to do things that successive U.S. administrations, Republican and Democrat, tell them not to do, like do not intimidate Americans on U.S. soil by kidnapping their families, that there may be a consequence.
Well, thank you very much for that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Fishbach. Oh, sorry.
You know what, Mr. Chair, I will just yield back.
Anybody else on our side that want to? I thank you very much. You're free to go. Our next panel is Dr. Burgess, Ms. Plaskett, Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Stauber, Mr. Clyde, Mr. Keller, and Mr. Grothman, and Ms. Lofgren. So why don't we go with Dr. Burgess? You can testify from wherever you want to testify.
Well, I'll just stay up here. The room's gotten so crowded that I'll just stay up here if that is okay with everyone. So the first amendment I wanted to discuss is amendment number 69. This amendment prevents any funds made available by this act from being used by the FBI until the Attorney General provides to Congress all information on individuals arrested, charged, prosecuted, or investigated in conjunction with the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. The January 6th attack on our Capitol building was a terrible event, should never have happened. Unfortunately, those who perpetrated the attack were not patriots, and many who were in the Capitol vicinity that day have been arrested or charged in connection with the day's events. There have been reports that individuals who were merely around the Capitol that day have been arrested and held. So to be perfectly clear, I do not condone any of the unlawful actions from that day. But those who may have been swept up in the chaos without any other wrongdoing should not be held without due process. This amendment will provide Congress information on those who are charged and those who are held, as long as the information is not prohibited from release by law. This information will allow Congress to ensure our constituents receive all of their constitutional rights, and I urge that this amendment be made in order. The next amendment is number 86. This amendment increases funding for the Keep Young Athletes Safe Act grant program by $2.5 million and reduces funding for salaries and expenses at the Department of Commerce by $2.5 million. The Keep Young Athletes Safe Act grant program provides funding for nonprofit, non-governmental entities to safeguard amateur athletes in the Olympic program against emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. The United States Center for Safe Sport was created in the wake of the Larry Nassar abuse scandal and is a qualifying grant recipient. Congress only authorized $2.5 million for fiscal years 2018 through 2022 for this grant. In comparison, the United States Anti-Doping Agency, set up to prevent doping in sport, receives $14 million annually. While no abuse in sports should be tolerated, the protection of our children from sexual abuse should be our #1 priority. The United States women's gymnastics team won the silver medal in the team competition around 8:30 this morning. It's time they receive the support necessary to carry the weight of a nation on the world's largest stage. I urge this amendment also be made in order. Amendment number 94, which is an amendment from an amendment from our colleague Darrell Issa. He introduced this amendment to prohibit funding for the Office of Secretary of State until the passport backlog is alleviated. I have co-sponsored this amendment. The State Department is still operating under COVID-19 protocols at most of their passport processing facilities. Unfortunately, this has led to a major backlog of passport applications and renewals.
How does this require renewal?
Sorry?
How does this work?
So this,
You may continue, Mr. Burgess.
Passport turnaround times have gone from an average of 6 to 8 weeks to 18 weeks for regular service. For expedited service, turnaround time has expanded from 2 to 3 weeks to 16 weeks. In addition, appointments at passport agencies are difficult to get, and anyone attempting to call is on hold for over 3 hours. With the COVID-19 restrictions easing in many places, Americans are eager to travel again. In fact, the State Department might have anticipated this increase in demand. Many are visiting family and friends they haven't seen for over a year. Others are attending weddings, funerals, and celebrating the births of children. It is disappointing that families may miss important events because of Washington being unwilling to get back to full in-person work schedule. Again, I urge this amendment be made in order. The amendment by Chris Smith, number 101, Representative Smith's amendment strikes language barring a future president from enacting the Global Protect Life Rule, also known as the Mexico City Policy, and replaces it with language to prohibit global health assistance from funding foreign NGOs that promote or perform abortion. The Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, formerly known as the Mexico City Policy, prevents taxpayer dollars from going to international family planning organizations that promote or perform abortions. Much like the Hyde Amendment, this policy was bipartisan for years. This policy is not intended to reduce foreign assistance for global health and for family planning programs, but instead is meant to be a compromise for Americans who are fundamentally opposed to abortion as a method of family planning. Unfortunately, in January, the Biden administration announced it would be repealing the Global Protect Life Rule. Regardless of the current administration's position, they should not bar future pro-life administrations from enforcing this policy. I urge that this amendment be made in order. Amendment number 108, submitted by myself. This amendment reduces funding for El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras by an amount equal to the number of unaccompanied alien children from each country that were referred to the Office of Refugee Resettlement Custody in the preceding fiscal year, multiplied by $30,000. On average, the total cost of care for an unaccompanied child in the Office of Refugee Resettlement Custody is $30,000. For the past 6 fiscal years, over 265,000 children from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras have been referred to ORR custody. Congress has provided billions of dollars in foreign assistance for Central America over the past 5 years, yet American taxpayers are spending over $1.25 billion a year to take care of children from these countries. If we want to stop the crisis on our southern border, we must hold countries accountable for the care of their own children. It is their responsibility. Money talks, and charging these countries for the care of their children will incentivize their central governments, to do their job and better serve their citizens. This amendment will provide a real, tangible monetary incentive to these countries to combat the factors that are driving irregular migration. and I again urge this amendment be made in order. Amendment number 37, also submitted by myself, would prohibit the Office of Attending Physician from mandating masks within the Capitol complex without first consulting with the Speaker of the House and the majority and minority leaders of each House. The amendment requires the attending physician to consult the four corners before making decisions affecting the entire Capitol complex, like mandating masks. These are decisions that impact the perception on the importance of getting vaccinated. The COVID-19 vaccines were made available to members and their staff, consistent with Presidential Policy Directive 40, to meet longstanding requirements for the continuity of government. Upon receiving the vaccine, the promise of a return to pre-pandemic normalcy was indeed the goal. However, Congress has been operating as a poor example and the exact opposite of this desired goal. In March of 2021, the GOP Doctors Caucus wrote a letter to the attending physician asking for his medical opinion on the limited House procedures. The answer was unsubstantial. Simply requiring the Office of the Attending Physician to consult with the four corners before mandating masks should already be a common practice, which is why I urge this amendment be made in order. And I would also add that for people who do choose to wear a mask, my recommendation is wear an N95 mask, wear a mask that will actually work. These masks that are involved with ear loops actually do nothing than provide a cosmetic evidence of compliance with a presidential order. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. I will take my advice from my doctor, not a political doctor. Ms. Plaskett.
First, my amendment number 109 would prevent the Department of Justice from using federal funds for litigation that...
It's not on? Oh, much better. Thank you. I thought, but my voice is pretty loud. Would prevent the Department of Justice from using federal funds for litigation that affirms the denial of supplemental security income benefits based solely on residence in any territory or possession of the United States. The territories of the United States, their elected officials, a number of my colleagues in the House, bipartisan members of the House, the members of the territories delegation, which include both Democrats and Republicans, and the Committee on Natural Resources have urged the Department of Justice to withdraw itself from the case of the United States versus Vallejo Madero, where lower federal court rulings have already granted equal access to public services to citizens residing in the territories where further DOJ action is unwarranted. Unfortunately, our calls have fallen on deaf ears. DOJ continued use of separate but unequal doctrine of territorial residence established in the Plessy v. Ferguson era insular cases, which argued that the Constitution only partially applies in unincorporated territories of the United States, is alarming. While my colleagues and I recognize it is the role of the Department of Justice to defend federal statutes, the offensive and illogical arguments the DOJ has made for the second-class treatment of U.S. citizens residing in territories highlight why it is appropriate for DOJ to stop defending this ongoing discrimination, which harms U.S. citizens, veterans, young people, seniors in the territories every day. Several federal courts in recent years have ruled unconstitutional the arbitrary denial of SSI benefits based solely on residence in any of the U.S. territories. Unfortunately, the Department of Justice continues to seek to reverse these decisions. That is why Congress must now step in and act to deter DOJ from defending the challenged discrimination in Vallejo Madero and other pending cases that deny equal dignity to citizens in territories by excluding them from SSI benefits that all other Americans fully enjoy as part of our basic social contract. Americans living overseas receive these benefits. Americans simply by residing in a territory do not. as DOJ has done in the past with respect to other controversial discriminatory statutes, and as it has done recently with respect to a number of positions taken by DOJ during the prior administration, DOJ should inform the Supreme Court and lower courts that its position has changed with respect to federal statutes that continue to arbitrarily deny equal access. This amendment would make it so. Similarly, my second amendment, 111, would prevent DOJ from using federal funds for litigation that would affirm the Supreme Court's decision in 1901, commonly known as the Insular Cases, as valid law. The systemic discrimination against the 3.5 million Americans living in the U.S. territories, the vast majority of whom are racial or ethnic minorities, is rooted in a series of racist, I don't use that term lightly, but will explain why, racist cases of Plessy v. Ferguson era Supreme Court decisions known collectively as the Insular Cases, which establish a controversial legal doctrine of separate and unequal status for residents of the territories. The Insular Cases have been called, quote, central documents in the history of American racism, with justices in those cases calling the people of the newly acquired territories, quote, half-civilized, quote, savage, quote, ignorant and lawless, and, quote, alien races. That is the language of the Insular Cases. Irony, of course, is that they are talking about the same people, which include Alexander Hamilton, who wrote the Constitution that they are using. While in Vallejo Madero, DOJ has properly disclaimed that the Insular Cases limit the application of equal protection in the territories, it nonetheless still continues to embrace their flawed logic that the Constitution applies only in part in so-called unincorporated territories. These cases said that people living in the territories are uncivilized who cannot understand American constitutional law and therefore should not have the equal rights as other citizens. Ultimately, the ongoing discrimination against Americans in territories and federal benefit programs cannot be separated from the harmful legacy of the Insular Cases. DOJ's actions moving forward in Vallejo versus Madero and other pending cases will either serve to reject or contribute to that dark legacy. We simply cannot continue with the notion that American residents in U.S. territories are what the Insular Cases say those residents are. That is why my amendment would send the official message to DOJ that the Supreme Court decisions in the Insular Cases are not valid legal ground to stand on. I ask that you approve my amendments 109 and 111, and I'd happily answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett. Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Cole. I appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments today on an amendment that I have in conjunction with Mr. McClintock, Ms. Norton, and Ms. Lee to extend an amendment we've approved in the past that would protect all state legal cannabis programs from federal interference. Since we've done this, this has been since 2014, and in that time we have gone from 23 state legal medical marijuana programs and 1 state legal adult to 17 states that have legalized adult use, and 14 states, additional states, have created medical marijuana. We're seeing a dramatic increase in public support. Now, 60% of the American public, according to the latest Pew research, supports complete legalization. And if you're talking about medical marijuana, it's 91%. I sympathize with what my colleague from California testified to you a few minutes ago. And this illegal activity, illegal grows, are extraordinarily destructive and dangerous. And he's right about the cartels being involved, and that we really need to have the federal government involved in dealing with that. But part of that is a consequence from the federal government having a program dealing with cannabis that is incoherent, not allowing state legal cannabis businesses to have access to the full range of banking services. Our colleague, Mr. Perlmutter, has dedicated heart and soul to eliminating that insanity. I would hope that you would help us move forward with this amendment to continue to protect state legal activities while we move towards full legalization. The House of Representatives has made some significant advances in terms of legislation that we've enacted or passed on to the Senate. And I'm hopeful that we're going to reach a point where we'll be able to watch them enacted into law to rationalize this policy so that Mr. Perlmutter can move on to a different issue and relax. But society will be better. So much of what we see in terms of this space is a result of the incoherent federal policies that we've sent mixed messages. The American public doesn't support federal policy. And you've seen that in state after state where the voters have decided that they're going to rationalize it. And the longer we delay, the worse it is. In the interim, I strongly urge that we reenact this amendment to protect the state legal programs and be able to provide some stability and certainty. And I don't even know what's going on in Oklahoma in your programs.
Neither do most Oklahomans.
But certainly interesting.
Not well regulated.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Stauber?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Ranking Member Cole, for this opportunity. Amendment number 87 to H.R. 4373. It increases and decreases the American Section International Commission by $1 million. Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chair, I once again sit in the Rules Committee requesting an amendment be made in order so I can defend my district against attacks from those who simply foster an ideological opposition to mining. Because this provision was conveniently tucked away into report language. I can't simply strike language or zero out a program. Yesterday, you discussed in committee the importance of not legislating in appropriations bills. Well, the report language in question is the definition of legislating when we should be appropriating. The State Foreign Operations and Related Agencies report, once again, contains language that ties our mining process to that of a foreign nation. It directs the State Department to get sign-off from the country of Canada if we are to permit a mine. Ironically, what the anti-mining crowd fails to mention is how there is a functioning gold mine in southern Ontario, just 40 miles north of my district. And Madam Chair, that gold mine is in the very same watershed in question. In fact, the new gold Rainy River mine is upstream from Lake of the Woods in our colleague, Representative Fishbach's district. This report language amounts to nothing more than de facto ban on mining. It will tie up international bodies, require consultation, and then draw lawsuits from radical activist attorneys looking to make a buck. While my constituents wait for work, they look across the border and see their northern neighbors extracting gold. Meanwhile, they're told by members of Congress from the Twin Cities and the coasts that their jobs are, quote, toxic, end quote, and that they should just make the beds of vacationers coming up to my district to vacation. Madam Chair, I encourage you to make my amendment in order. So let's have these debates on the House floor so I can stand up for mining and my constituents. I would like to now turn to Amendment H.R. 4505. Minneapolis is facing a crime crisis, and my heart breaks to hear about the lives that have been stolen as a result of this senseless violence, many of whom are innocent children and young adults who had their whole lives ahead of them. Minneapolis isn't the alone problem. From New York City to Portland, cities across America are seeing spikes in shootings and homicides. What do all these cities have in common? They are run by radical progressives who at their core believe that the police should be defunded. This dramatic increase in crime is the direct result of the defund the police movement, which inaccurately portrays the police as unjust, occupying force in our communities. Because of the vilification of the police, many officers have quit, retired or retired early, or gone on extended leave. Police departments are now understaffed and overwhelmed, all thanks to the actions and rhetoric of Democrat leaders. I have been a part of police reform discussions with my Democrat colleagues for months. But when I saw the text of this bill, it became clear to me that the Democrats in the room were disingenuous from the start. Section 219, which would prevent our law enforcement agencies from receiving COPS or Burn JAG grant funding unless their state or local government pass laws enforcing the dangerous provisions of the Justice in Policing Act, will only further deny resources to our police officers who are just trying to do their jobs and protect our communities to the best of their abilities. Make no mistake, Section 219 is defunding the police. That's why I am offering amendment number 54, which would strike all of Section 219. Further, I was alarmed to see money included in this legislation for a public police misconduct database of unsubstantiated and unadjudicated claims. During the negotiations with my Democratic colleagues on police reform, I asked a colleague on the other side of the aisle why they desire a database of this sort to be public, and the response was, in quotation marks, "We want to harass the police," end of quotation marks. It's leaders in this very chamber, it's unbelievable that leaders in this very chamber would be so hateful towards law enforcement and the men and women in that profession, a profession that very well keeps them and their communities and families safe. The brave men and women who put on the uniform every day and serve their communities proudly, knowing full well they may not come home to their families, deserve so much better than this. That is why I'm offering amendment number 56, which would strike the funding for this public harassment database. I highly encourage all of my Democrat and Republican colleagues to support these amendments, remove these dangerous provisions, and stand up for law enforcement. We must not defund and destroy the police profession. Otherwise, this crime crisis will only get worse and more lives will be lost. And I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clyde.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I've offered a total of 4 amendments to the bills under consideration, but I'm only going to speak on one in the interest of time, and that is number 48 to H.R. 4505. My amendment would prohibit the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives from using any fiscal year 2022 funds to develop, promulgate, issue, finalize, implement, or enforce the proposed rule entitled Definition of Frame or Receiver and Identification of Firearms. The ATF published the proposed rule in the Federal Register on May the 5th, 2021. And through this proposal, the ATF is attempting to chip away at the Second Amendment and unilaterally expand its own influence and authority. Specifically, ATF is moving to broaden the definition of the term firearm under federal laws, and in doing so, make law-abiding, gun-owning citizens felons overnight and regulate manufacturers out of existence. Such proposed action by a federal agency is just wrong and sets a dangerous precedent. It should bother each member of this body that a federal agency is brazenly usurping our legislative authority right before our very eyes. It was Congress that defined the term firearm in statute and not the ATF. But the ATF, through executive overreach, is positioning itself to establish new and arbitrary definitions of industry terms, some of which are not even referenced in relevant law. This is legislating by redefinition. But, Mr. Chairman, this amendment isn't just about protecting our legislative authorities, it's about protecting the rights of all Americans to keep and bear arms. And in doing so, it is of the utmost importance when the proposed rule effectively sets the stage for the ATF to create a national database of every individual who has purchased a firearm commercially. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, creating a national registry is prohibited by law. We all swore an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution, which includes the Second Amendment. And so I urge each of you to join me in supporting this amendment
so that we can prohibit the ATF from carrying out its blatant attempt to dismantle the very foundational right enshrined in the Constitution that allows our constituents to exercise and defend their other enumerated rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee for allowing me to be here today. As we continue to recover from the effects of COVID-19, one of the federal agencies that has struggled is the Bureau of Prisons, which has been plagued by management and staffing challenges even before the pandemic. Those challenges have naturally been exacerbated in the last 16 months. I've submitted an amendment that would increase funding for BOP salaries and expenses for the upcoming fiscal year. Despite language from the Appropriations Committee to plus up staffing levels, the BOP has remained understaffed and has relied on augmentation and reassignment to make up its shortfalls. These methods only add to the burdens placed on our correctional officers, the inmates they secure, and their surrounding communities. It is still unknown how excessive overtime hours and dangerous conditions for inmates contribute to officer fatigue. Our correctional officers wake up to do their job every day despite harsh conditions. It is time for us to do ours by directing funds specifically for correctional officer strength and staffing. I welcome support of my colleagues on this critical issue and urge the committee to make in order Amendment 77. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grothman.
Okay, we'll go through yours real quick. First one, reducing the funding for legal services by $181 million. That still puts you back between 2019 and 2020 levels. I've never been a big fan of legal services because legal services gives you money if you are flat broke, but if you're a middle-class person and want to go see a lawyer, you're on your own. So in essence, it puts the, as so many other programs do, it puts the not working at all in better position than the middle-class guy. Second one, zeroes out funding for a grant pilot program to provide legal representation to immigrant children. This is a program that didn't even exist a year ago. The president wanted $15 million. Approps upped it to $50 million. Now is not the time to add new programs, much less ask for over 3 times what President Biden wanted. Next, contributions to international organizations, also dropping this $307 million back to where we were between 2019 and 2020. On ledge grants, we're doubling the amount for the House Office of Diversity and Inclusion. I think most of this diversity stuff is very divisive. I was in a friendly mood. That's when I went back to last year's level. Normally I would want to get rid of it, but we're being very generous there. But I don't know why would. Again, we're broke. Should we double any line when we're this broke? Number 5, I feel that people around the world don't know how horrible Marxism and communism are, and we're going to require the Open World Leadership Center Trust Fund to deal with Marxism and communism. Almost all the worst things that have happened almost in the world the last 100 years can be blamed on Marxism. It's something we ought to talk about a lot more, and this organization ought to talk about it. And finally, we don't know what's going to happen with the DACA recipients, but obviously I think the idea of hiring DACA folks here is designed to cement the idea that the immigration laws won't be enforced on behalf of them. I don't know why we would do that, so there's amendment number 6. Hopefully that was quick enough.
Thank you. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to H.R. 4505. The purpose of the amendment is straightforward. If the FBI wants to target Americans in searching private communications that have been acquired through the Foreign Service, foreign intelligence surveillance under Section 702 of FISA, they have to get a warrant. It's really quite clear. Government can only conduct warrantless surveillance under Section 702 when they're targeting persons outside the United States involved in foreign intelligence activities. But once the government conducts this surveillance, they have the database and they use it for purposes unrelated to intelligence. This amendment would close that backdoor search and do something simple. Stand up to the Fourth Amendment and say, if you want to search this database for Americans, you need a warrant. This is a real issue. For example, in 2019, the United States targeted more than 200,000 individuals and groups under the law, resulting in the mass collection of hundreds of millions of people, if not more. So this amendment becomes even clearer when you understand that the FBI has consistently failed to comply even with the meager requirements in Section 702 that are meant to safeguard Americans' privacy or even their own internal regulations. The FISA court recently reviewed the government's surveillance activities under Section 702. It was just declassified a few months ago. The court found, this is a quote, two of the nation's largest surveillance agencies repeatedly violated either the law or related court orders in incidents reported last year, despite training on the procedures set up to protect the privacy of U.S. persons. In particular, the court noted multiple serious violations, again, quoting, suggesting that the FBI's failure to properly apply its querying standards when searching 702 acquired information was more pervasive than previously believed. In one case, FBI personnel queried foreign intelligence database through the names of over 100 businesses, religious, civic, and community leaders who had applied to the FBI's Citizen Academy. The court also had dozens of cases where agents searched without warrants for criminal investigations relating to health care or gangs or bribery, corruption, but not related at all to national security. In summary, the court has expressed serious concerns about, quote, the apparent widespread violations of the safeguards in 702. Now, it's worth noting that this recent opinion is not the first time the court has found fault this program. It has faulted it repeatedly, and we recently had the director of the FBI before the Judiciary Committee. We asked him why, after years and years and years, the FBI still continues to violate the statute. I'll tell you, we did not get an answer to that question. This amendment simply says, you want to query this database for Americans, get a warrant. That's what the Fourth Amendment says. I'd like to note that this amendment is sponsored not just by me, but my colleague, Representative Massey, as well as Jaya Paul, Davidson, Eshu, and Sparks. It's a bipartisan amendment, and I hope that it will be put in order and adopted on a bipartisan basis. And I thank you for listening. I urge you to stand up for the Fourth Amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jackson-Lee, why don't you testify? And I think you're the last person. And Ms. Lofgren, if you know anybody in House Administration, I think we need to upgrade our technology because the sound is a little bit off here. But in any event.
I will get right on that, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Let me thank the committee for its courtesies. I think you can hear me. Let me quickly go to the amendments that I have under this Commerce, Justice, and Science. Amendment number 5 reprograms $1 million in Office of Justice programs to support programs to engage adult men and young persons to reduce and prevent domestic violence against children. Number 150 reprograms $500,000 to provide for emerging issues related to violence against women and cyber stalking. 151 provides dedicated funding in support of children with incarcerated parents for evidence-based programs to strengthen and support parental bonds between the incarcerated and their children to reduce recidivism of underserved populations. As the subcommittee chair on the crime, terrorism, and homeland security, I can assure you the numbers are stark as to domestic violence during a pandemic. Let me quickly just a very sad story of little Malia, 4 years old. While my amendment number 5 is very important, Texas Child Protective Services removed Malia and her 2 brothers from their home over reports of abuse, but returned them. Malia's mother went out of town, and her boyfriend was responsible for Malia. He concocted a story and said that he had been kidnapped and she was kidnapped and not returned. But ultimately, we had video of him taking a small bag out of the house in a laundry box, and subsequently found Malia's remains 30 on Interstate 30 in Arkansas, and we lived in Texas. We would hope this legislation or this amendment would prevent this kind of behavior that occurs among young men, boyfriends, and young adults. Amendment number 150 deals with cyber stalking, which can often go on for years, subjecting victims to mental and emotional anguish. Cyber stalking is described as the use of the internet and email, as all of you know, in telecommunications. The harassment can take on many forms, but the common denominator is that it is unwarranted and unwanted and often obsessive and unusually illegal. So my amendment provides for extra resources to be able to deal with the scourge of cyber stalking. And of course, the internet can be used for good things, but in this instance, bad things. Amendment number 151 provides dedicated funding to aid children of underserved incarcerated persons to participate in reduction of recidivism programs that connect incarcerated parents with their children. I've introduced legislation to allow pregnant mothers incarcerated to be able to have babies and bond with them without the separation. But in this instance, the Bureau of Justice Statistics reported in 2018 that 95% of inmates in state and federal prisons will be released eventually, and studies have consistently shown high rates of recidivism. This simple amendment indicates that the opportunity to bond with your children, to be able to be a mentor to them, can even stop the cycle of incarceration in families. Alarmingly, children with an incarcerated parent are at the highest risk of going to prison. They also found that 83% of state prisoners released in 2005 were rearrested, at least one within 9 years of their release. We want to see people rehabilitated, and this amendment will contribute to this idea in terms of individuals having that bonding and respect through their family connections. Let me quickly go to the state aspect of this in foreign operations. Amendments number 3 and 4 have been approved several times by the relevant committee, made in order by the Rules Committee. And then Jackson Lee Amendment number 50, while being offered for the first time, makes a very important contribution to the health and safety of the global community. Amendment number 3 tracks legislation that I introduced dealing with endangered species. I introduced the legislation Cecil the Lion Endangered and Threatened Species Act of 2015. This amendment will designate $1 million to combat the trafficking of endangered species. The amendment makes a good bill better by providing $1 million to focus to combat the transportation of the remains of endangered species, to confront the transport of the remains of killed endangered species. Amendment number 4 deals with female genital mutilation, which continues not only internationally but in this country. This practice is rooted in gender inequality, and my amendment would provide resources, $1 million, to provide the stopping of this very terrible action. I passed legislation on this, and I'd ask my colleagues to be able to do that. It prioritizes those dollars to help ensure that female genital mutilation is stopped. Thank you. The last amendment is amendment number 50. I've had many people in my district raise the question, and when I say that hospitals, clinics who have access to COVID-19 vaccines have raised the question about the potential of them expiring. There is a process that they're supposed to be sent back to Washington, but this amendment increases and decreases the Global Health Programs Fund by $1 million to emphasize the national commitment for USAID to provide unused vaccines that are in good quality that otherwise might be destroyed to countries in need around the world. There is a distribution protocol for the distribution to other countries, but this amendment particularly responds to nonprofits and others who would like to work with international allies to ensure that countries that are desperately in need of COVID-19 vaccines would be able to access them, even as we have produced some for this country, but even as our vaccination rate has gone down. Ours need to go up, but those who are desperate, we need to be able to help as well. I ask you and the Rules Committee to support the amendments that I have offered today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's testimony and your thoughtful amendments, and we trying to figure out what we're going to do here, but I don't have any questions. Does anyone on your side have any questions? Anyone on our side? Mr. Perlmutter.
Just a couple things. I'm a co-sponsor with Mr. Blumenauer on the amendment on the CJS concerning cannabis, and I thank him for bringing that. Ms. Plaskett, thank you very much for educating all of us on the insular cases and the discrimination that exists under those cases, and I am supportive of your efforts. Finally, Mr. Stauber, we've been talking about defunding the police all day today, and I really am beginning to take umbrage at any inference or any statement that I or any Democrat is interested in defunding the police. We support our law enforcement. We support them here. We support them at home. I have particular amendments that add to that. And so I'm going to say the broad brush that you used with an anonymous quote really bothered me. But let me just finish. I want you to understand a broad brush. Broad brush would be to say anybody who voted against the American Rescue Plan voted to defund the police because so much money goes to police departments all across the country. Anybody who votes against the legislative appropriation here votes for defunding our Capitol Police because the Capitol Police budget is part of that. Anybody who votes against the CJS bill votes against the FBI. And even though Donald Trump, our ex-president, didn't really like the FBI, I think they serve one heck of a purpose for the United States of America. So I don't want to make that same broad brush to say that if you voted against the American Rescue Plan, or that you vote against either of these two appropriations bills, it's that you want to defund the police. Because I don't believe that. But I'll tell you, every time someone votes against these things, they are in fact, and I'm sorry for yelling, they are in fact voting to defund the police. And I would yield to the gentleman so you can respond.
I appreciate your comments and I appreciate your package, or your passion. That's why you will support my amendments then. Because what's happening is people are leaving the police profession because they don't have the support. In Minneapolis alone, Mr. Perlmutter, over 200 cops are leaving.
I'm with you.
And they're going to other agencies that support them. Having worn the uniform for 23 years, one of only a few, I am on the ground and I see what's happening. And so for you to insinuate that I don't support the police on other pieces of legislation, I disagree with you. I can tell you, and I can tell you in private, if you would like, who made that comment. That's not, out of respect for that individual, I didn't want to bring it to this committee. But because I have respect for you, if you want to know, I will privately tell you if you want to know.
So I guess where I'm going is I just don't want to say your motive for voting against something was to defund the police, to draw this big brush. And because I don't believe that. I've listened to you talk about the police before. And we had a major bill in here earlier. I can't remember exactly. I think it was the George Floyd policing bill. And when you and I talked about it.
Yep.
All right. So I guess where I'm beginning to, part of what we're supposed to do, I'm supposed to be going through the chair and not really addressing other members directly, because we're to kind of separate ourselves in terms of the process so that we don't get all angry, we don't take it personally, we don't, but I got to admit, I've been taking this personally. And that's probably bad on me, but I want all of us, after I was just shouting at you, to tone down the rhetoric, you know, because this is really an important subject for all of us to do right by our law enforcement. Now, you may have a different approach than I.
Well, if I may, Mr.
Yeah, I think we can just kind of
I want to wrap.
Yeah,
I want to wrap.
I think we're all good here. I feel good. Yeah.
Mr. Perlmutter, I do appreciate your comments and appreciate your passion, but I can tell you, the boots on the ground across the nation, and you know what? My great city and my great state of Minnesota started this.
Back to the chair.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We all feel good, yeah.
Yeah.
Please don't mess that up.
Yeah, no. I just want to read some quotes. AOC, quote, defunding the police means
All right, well, then we're...
defunding the police. It does not mean budget tricks or funny math.
No.
Those are the words of my Democrat colleagues. I got more quotes. To lead policing in our country is inherently and intentionally racist. Additionally, no more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed.
Yeah, you know, can I just say that, let me say, I wish we weren't going down this road right now. Because what we can start doing is reading the names of the members who voted against giving a gold medal to the Capitol Police. That doesn't serve any purpose here. Or we can start talking about some of the comments that were made about what happened on January 6th. I don't think that serves anybody's purpose here. I think we're trying to move forward. The point that Mr. Perlmutter was making, and I hope no one disagrees with it, is that we're now prone to too many generalizations here that paint people with a broad brush that is inaccurate. And I think if we want to get back to a time when we can actually find common ground, we all got to kind of cool it a little bit. And so I don't want the end of this meeting to be prolonged for 9 additional hours as I start reading quotes and you read quotes. We'll go on forever and ever and ever. I think the point was made. I think you heard it. I think we're fine. I don't think we want to go down this road if we don't have to.
Mr. Chairman, in my
If you
defense-
do, I'm happy to do it. And I'm happy to do it.
I've got a whole.
And I'll tell you, as the last person off the floor on January 6th, you know, I personally take offense when people diminish what happened on that day, and I personally take offense when the people who saved our lives, you know, are diminished when people don't vote to give them a gold medal. If you want to have that debate, we can be here all night. I would prefer we not.
Well,
But it's
Mr.
up to
Chairman,
you.
With all due respect, you're conflating two totally separate issues. And you're also saying that my friend is painting with a broad brush. There is no, this is, to use the term Dr. Burgess would say, this is a scalpel. I'm reading your own quotes back to you.
Right.
It doesn't.
All right, hey, all right, everybody, hey, I'm gonna make it, I think we need to bring this to a close. If any questions regarding specific amendments, I would happy entertain. I think otherwise we're gonna go into a debate here that I don't think is useful. That's my, you know, anybody else, any question?
Well,
But
Mr.
let's
Chairman,
not.
I would like to give my friend a chance
All right,
to
go ahead.
rehabilitate himself. And my friend from Colorado, I have quotes from you too that I could read. Mr. Stauber?
That this is a great discussion. I just will tell you that if you look at my amendments, what it does is we talk about the no-knock search warrants. To not give a burn or jag grant to a state, the Attorney General of a certain state that doesn't change or remove no-knock search warrants is not the right thing to do right now. That's exactly what my amendment says. And my amendment also talks about the chokeholds. We had some good discussions, but without the bipartisan support, I think we need to remove these from that section. That's what my amendment is talking about.
Mr. Stauber, we were also talking about the rise in police of crime. We were also talking about defunding the police. People are defunding the police. LA cut their police budget by $175 million. Irrefutable. That's not a broad brush. That's a scallop. New York City cut their budget by $1 billion with a B, $1 billion. Austin cut their budget by $150 million. Those are all Democrat-controlled cities. Now let's talk about the ramifications. Milwaukee homicide rates are up 96%. Louisville homicide rates up 78%. Minneapolis homicides up 72%. Seattle homicides up 68%. Memphis 58%. New York 41%. Philly, 40%. I could go on and on. I've got more stats. I got more quotes. There are real-life ramifications to this. And look, I know people want to rap. It's because you don't want to address the fact that your policies are costing lives.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
No, I won't. Mr. Stauber, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I will just say that that it's pretty sad that the beautiful city of Minneapolis, the city of lakes in Minnesota, there are people that don't want to go out after 4 o'clock that have lived in that city for years because of what's happening. We can do better, and I appreciate your comments.
I'm glad you talked about another topic I want to change. Your amendment to mining. I would make the argument that mining in the United States is actually better for the environment. Because when we're not mining in the United States, we're relying on other countries to mine. For example, rare earth elements. Horrible, atrocious environmental policy violations in other countries, specifically China. Also, burning coal in the United States is much cleaner. We have scrubbers, we turn them on. There's an argument to be made that we should have mining here, we should have coal production. Would you like to opine on that as it pertains to your amendment?
Yeah, I think that we say in Minnesota, mining is our past, present, and our future. We do it better than anybody, the best environmental standards and best labor standards. In northeastern Minnesota, there's the biggest copper nickel find in the world. It's in its 19th year of permitting, and the president's EPA just remanded an air quality permit. After 19 years, over $500 million, not one shovel in the ground. And what that will do for our economy and help with our critical minerals that we use every day, especially when we transition to alternative sources of energy and electric vehicles, electric charging stations. 95% of the cobalt, over a third of the copper. And so that's what Minnesota can help with the supply chain dependency. We cannot expect the United States of America to transition without holding the destiny of those critical minerals and mining in the palm of our own hands. We should never allow a foreign adversarial nation to dictate how and when we buy our critical minerals, or mine our critical minerals as far as a foreign nation.
Thank you, Mr. Clyde. Your amendment regarding registration.
Excuse me, can you yield me 1 second? I just, for those who you don't have questions for, I mean, I think some people are trying to leave. Do you have any objection if any of the panelists who can't stay leave? Or
No, the only questions I have is for
okay.
Mr. Clyde.
So I think, though, Mr. Clyde, you need to remain.
Can Mr. Clyde stay then for other questions?
You need. Yeah, well, Mr. Clyde and Mr. Stauber will stay. The rest can. Or then nobody leaves. Okay. All right.
Mr. Clyde, you were talking about the risk of having national registration by the ATF. Would you like to expound upon that and how that could lead to confiscation?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for the question. It is historically accurate that any nation in the world that has had national registration eventually has confiscation. You've seen it in Russia in 1929, in the communists. You saw it in Germany in 1938. You saw it even in Australia in the 1990s, and as late as 2 years ago in New Zealand, you had national confiscation after you had national registration. And the thing about what the ATF is doing is they are legislating, all right, by redefining words. And that's a very dangerous thing. That takes away the authority of Congress. And I'm not willing to yield that, and I hope that each of you aren't willing to yield that either.
Thanks. And before I yield back, I want to let my good friend, Mr. Stauber, know that I have an entire list of quotes that were anti-police, quotes that called for defunding the police, some made by members of this committee. I've got more stats. I will provide them to your staff. If you're attacked during this hearing, you will have the ammunition to fight back. I yield back.
Who's next on this side? Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Representative Clyde, you're opposing the legislative appropriation?
I'm opposing the legislative appropriation.
What are you? Are you here for an amendment, or are you?
Yes, an amendment. I'm
Okay.
here for amendment number 48 to HR 4505.
Okay. Did you support the American Rescue Act?
I don't know that that has anything to do with.
Well, it's just my question. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to.
Well, let's just stick to the amendment.
Okay.
Mr.
Well,
Raskin.
I guess my question for you, Mr. Clyde, is: did you have an opportunity to see Officers Hodges and Fanone and Dunn testify today, or Sergeant Gunnell?
Mr. Raskin, let's stick to the amendment as the
Well,
chairman
I'm getting
asked.
to the amendment. If you don't like the question, just say you can take the
No,
fifth, or you choose not to.
that's not the point.
Well, I don't need you correcting my question, sir. I'm asking, did you watch the testimony of the Capitol officers who defended our lives on January 6th, or did you not? It's a yes or no question.
It's irrelevant. It's
Okay.
absolutely irrelevant to this
Okay.
amendment right here, and I'd like to stick to it if you want
okay,
to.
then reclaiming my time, sir. Reclaiming my
Is
time.
that what you want to do, Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me, Mr. Clyde. I have the floor, not you.
Excuse me, everybody. First of all, the way this works, as you heard, either side can ask whatever they want to ask. You don't have to answer the question if you don't want to. I would urge everybody to kind of lower the decibel here. We're going down a road that we should, I wish we weren't, but we are.
I agree.
So, you know,
Mr. Chairman, our colleagues have taken us down the road of quotations, and we have somebody who's got a quote right in the room, so I thought I would check it with him. He refuses to say whether or not he heard the Capitol officers who risked their lives and have experienced traumatic medical injuries. He refuses to say whether or not he watched them today. That's fine. That's his prerogative, and under the First Amendment or the Fifth Amendment, whatever it is, he doesn't have to testify about it. But I want to ask you this. They were asked the question by several of our colleagues, including Ms. Cheney, about statements that you made saying that the January 6th violent insurrection against Congress was akin to a normal tourist visit. And those officers said they weren't tourists, they were terrorists. Do you stand by your statement that they were tourists?
I would like you to quote my exact statement, not your interpretation of my statement.
Okay. Watching the TV footage of those who entered the Capitol and walked through statuary halls showed people in an orderly fashion staying between the stanchions and ropes, taking videos and pictures. You know, if you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit. Those are your words.
And I stand by that exact statement as I said it.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with the officers who spent 4 or 5 hours battling that medieval mob that had baseball bats and lead pipes and so on? Do you stand by the statement that the people that they were fighting were tourists, or would you agree with them that they were terrorists?
That statement did not say that those people were tourists. Okay, read the statement.
Okay,
and
well,
understand
I'm
the
asking you
statement.
now. Well, you've got the
Okay?
opportunity to tell
All right.
America right now, Mr. Clyde.
Could we just lower our voices here? We don't, I'm sorry, I just.
Yeah, but you've got the opportunity to clarify for the whole country right now. For these officers, I urge you to watch it on TV. I urge you to watch it in your office. Officer Hodges, Officer Fanone, who experienced traumatic brain injury, who had a heart attack after he was tased by some of the tourists or terrorists. Officer Dunn, Officer Hodges. Do you think that what they experienced was an attack by tourists or terrorists or violent insurrectionists? You've got the opportunity to clarify for the whole country right now.
If you will read the first part
I'm
of my
not
statement.
interested in that. I'm asking
You're
you.
not interested in my statement, are you?
Mr. Chair,
You
point
are
of
not.
parliamentary inquiry.
Can you yield to me for?
I have read your statement once. The whole country and lots of people online believed your statement that it was a normal tourist visit.
That is not my statement.
Okay, well,
as you said, as you quoted, and then you just misquoted.
Clarify it right now for America.
I just clarified it.
Okay,
for
I'm
you.
asking you. The people who attacked Officer
You're not
Hodges.
listening to my
Mr.
statement.
Chair, are there no rules?
Reclaim my time.
govern?
Excuse me.
I'm trying to get a
Who has the floor, Mr.
parliamentary
Chairman?
It's Mr. Raskin's time, but the stenographer cannot keep track of people talking over one another. So I would like everybody to kind of lower, those who need to leave can leave, but I do think that I just,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raskin's time, and
Thank you.
Let's not talk over each other.
Again,
Mr. Chair,
I spent several hours today with millions of Americans watching sworn police officers testify about their battle to defend our lives, the members of the House and the senators. And they took issue, not with, let's put your statement aside, because you think that you've been misinterpreted by people, but they're taking issue with an internet meme that the people here were just tourists. It was a normal day. And they were saying they weren't tourists, they were terrorists. How do you react to that?
Well, I'm not responsible for an internet meme, okay? We are here to discuss this amendment, Mr. Raskin.
Okay. So you don't want to answer the question. I appreciate that. I wouldn't want to answer it if I said what you
We are here to discuss this amendment, and you are obviously not interested in that. You want to make this another January 6th hearing, and this is not. This is the Rules Committee.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Clyde. You voted no on giving congressional gold medals to the officers who defended our lives on that day, 140 of whom were wounded, injured, dozens of them in the hospital. People lost fingers, people had their eyes gouged, people experienced traumatic brain injuries, people are experiencing post-traumatic stress syndrome to this day. And you voted no on extending congressional gold medals to them. Why did you do that?
Again, that has nothing to do with this amendment. But you know what I will tell you?
Oh, I'll bring it back to the amendment, Mr. Clyde.
That I co-sponsored an amendment, a bill to give a gold medal, 3 gold medals, to the Capitol Police, all right, for all of what they've done. It was introduced by Representative Gohmert. So I'm sorry if you didn't understand that, or if you didn't maybe get that information.
Okay, I'll reclaim my time.
I am not going to vote to give
Mr. Clyde,
Speaker Pelosi
you were one of 21 members.
She is the one who is in charge of the Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clyde, I'll reclaim my time. You were one of 21 members out of 435 who voted no. You voted not to award 4 congressional gold medals to the U.S. Capitol Police and those who protected the United States Capitol on January 6th. I'm just giving you the opportunity to tell us why you were one of the 21 members who voted against it.
I just told you, and you obviously didn't listen.
No, you told me about another bill that you said you sponsored that I never heard of, but why did you vote no on this bill, which was on the floor of the House?
The particular bill on the floor of the House, all right, was not appropriate. It was not that. The bill that was appropriate is the one that I co-sponsored.
Really, what made this inappropriate?
Because it awarded those gold medals to those Capitol Police for all of the times that they have defended this Capitol. Back in the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s, not just one incident. Because I think they deserve, because there were Capitol Police officers that died from gunshot wounds back earlier. Did you know that?
So you're saying this didn't go far enough? Is that your point? So you wanted to give the gold medal to these people, but you voted against it because you wanted to give it to them?
No.
Yeah, so
Okay,
yeah.
well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say forgive me, colleagues, but I spent 4 hours today with the police officers who defended our lives on January 6th, and the level of rhetoric in this room about defunding the police and standing by the police does not stand up to what we heard this morning. And I don't accept it, and I find the rhetoric dangerous, describing anything that took place that day as analogous to tourism. And I would urge my colleague to please go back and listen to those Capitol officers and how they reacted to the idea that there was anything remotely analogous to a tourist visit in what they suffered on that day. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And again, if we can, I think the only people that there are questions for are Mr. Grothman. Are there any more for Mr. Clyde? One for Mr. Clyde. Any more for Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Keller? Mr. Stauber? Yeah, Mr. Stauber, you have to remain. Mr. Keller, Mr. Plaskett, Ms. Jackson-Lee, you can leave if you'd like. But let's see if we can keep this abbreviated, and we need to wrap this. We need to wrap this up. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To switch topics slightly.
As co-chair of the Bipartisan Access to Legal Aid Caucus, I have to strenuously oppose the suggested amendment that we reduce legal aid funding at a time when the need for legal aid is exploding. Before the COVID pandemic, 86% of the low-income people in our country who needed legal aid assistance to stay in their homes, seniors who've been defrauded, veterans who need benefits, et cetera, they couldn't get access because we don't fund it sufficiently. The levels suggested by this amendment would reduce legal aid funding to less than 50% of 1979 levels. You know, this country spends more on Halloween costumes for our pets than it does on legal aid for low-income people. And it's all the more shocking when this week, Friday, the CDC eviction ban will expire, and we're anticipating a tsunami of eviction proceedings, many of which could be successfully defunded if people actually had access to legal aid. We have multiple studies that show the investment in legal aid, particularly in the eviction context, yields a 10-to-1 return on investment in terms of other savings. So as I understand it, the rationale for this amendment is that we don't provide enough legal aid services to people at other income levels. Wouldn't that rather suggest we should increase legal aid funding rather than decrease it?
I really don't think the problem in our society, and I was a lawyer, but I don't think the problem is we don't have enough lawyers. As mentioned, the qualification for legal aid is such that, like many other things in our society, if you have a very low income level, you're eligible for it. And you can make pretty little money if you make too much money, and you're not eligible for it, which is, I think, a little ridiculous. I mean, you went back many, many years, but my amendment takes you back to a little more than 2019. I didn't feel in 2019 there were a lot of complaints out there. We had a shortage of lawyers to help people. The bar, if they want to, can feel free to do whatever pro bono work they want. But right here, this bill as drafted, and I assume you get what you want here. You're looking at about a 30% increase in 1 year. After we have just passed so many bills, adding trillions to the debt, I don't know if any line in this budget should be getting a 30% plus upper. And if we are going to give somebody a 30% plus upper, I'm not sure more legal services. I wouldn't give that 30% upper to legal services. When I talk to people back home, not just on this, but all the other lines in the budget that are 20, 25, 30% uppers, at a time when we're borrowing money by the trillions, it's just an amazing amount of spending here. But I understand there are a lot of fans of legal aid, and I'm glad you're one. Good.
Absolutely, and I would respectfully have to disagree that there are a lot of lawyers eager to defend people who can't afford to pay them. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody, Ms. Morelli, anybody have questions? Wrapping this up? Okay, Mr. DeSagne, I don't see. Ms. Ross, are we okay?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions,
Okay.
but I want to associate myself with your comments about civility.
Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions. First, let me just say I concur with your comments that you made earlier with respect to civility. I'm a relatively new member of the Rules Committee. I had no idea it was such a contentious committee coming from the Judiciary Committee. And I think in large part it's attributable to what my colleague, Representative Perlmutter, so sagely said, which is to say that I don't think we should be in the business of questioning each other's motives or impugning each other's motives. And I must confess, I was surprised at Mr. Reschenthaler, who stepped out, who's a friend. And we share a passion for outdoor sports and skiing, and he served with me on the Judiciary Committee in the 116th Congress, and so I was a bit surprised by the approach he took, because, again, I think that was the point that Representative Perlmutter was trying to make. Mr. Cole, Dr. Burgess, we all have views, and we judge each other based on what we say and what we do, and try our best not to impute the views of others onto you and vice versa. And so I would hope that that's something we could try to do in the future. I had one comment, one question. First, with respect to Mr. Stauber, I would just simply say it's good to see you, and I was a part of the negotiations, as you'll recall, with respect to policing reform, and I must confess, my reaction, I guess, was a bit different than the one that you've provided to the committee, because I thought they were some of the most robust, insightful, thoughtful exchanges of views, frankly, that I've had since I entered the United States Congress. And you and I actually had wonderful exchanges on different issues and components of policing reform that I think we were trying to ultimately generate some bipartisan consensus around. I was not a part of the second stage of the negotiations, and so perhaps that's when the comment was made, but I certainly would look forward to visiting with you after perhaps the hearing so that I could, if you're willing to share more information, I would like to be able to hear that, if you're willing.
I am willing.
Mr. Clyde, I'd like to talk to you about the amendment that you proposed today. Many of my colleagues know I represent northern Colorado, which includes Boulder, Colorado, my community. My community was a victim to a mass shooting in March of this year. 10 people lost their lives, including a police officer. I had the privilege of joining many lawmakers and victims of gun violence at the White House a month later when President Biden announced a series of steps that he intended to take to try to curb gun violence in the United States, including the proposed regulation that the ATF has now issued with respect to ghost guns. From 2016 to 2020, 23,000 ghost guns were found at the sites or potential crime scenes in the United States. Those guns were linked to 325 homicides or attempted homicides. One of those stories, just for the benefit of this committee, because I think it's worth sharing, and it provides greater context to the rule that has been proposed by the ATF, is a story from August of 2019, 2 years ago, when a convicted felon who had served 10 years in prison for attempted second-degree murder of a police officer was released. And he created a homemade semi-automatic style weapon. And he used that weapon to kill a police officer who tragically died in August of 2019. The regulation that Attorney General Garland and that the ATF are attempting to promulgate would save lives. It would protect the lives, not just of police officers, but of civilians who have come under attack by these unserialized weapons that are getting in the hands of felons, of people who have no right under federal or state law to have weapons in the first place. Now, I assume, I understand that you've prepared this amendment, that you are knowledgeable with respect to some of these statistics, and I would hope that you would at least concede that unserialized weapons, in particular as they are used against police officers, is a great challenge.
People who are felons, okay, are not allowed by law to have weapons. So it's not going to make any difference, all right? When they have, if they're bent on breaking the law, no matter what law it is that they're going to break, all right? This particular change of the rule, legislating by redefinition, is not going to prevent them from doing that.
Mr. Clyde,
let me finish, please. You know, and the example that you gave was tragic, all right, and my heart breaks for that because that should not happen. We have evil in the world, all right, but people are evil. Guns are not. Okay.
Mr. Clyde, I'll reclaim my time. Mr. Clyde, I will reclaim my time. I gave you ample time to answer the question. I fundamentally disagree with your assessment. The reality is that the law, the regulation, is not purporting to change the opinion of individuals who are going out and breaking the law. The point is to provide a deterrent so that ultimately they are not able to build these weapons as easily as they do now, so that a convicted felon isn't able to construct from parts a semi-automatic weapon and kill a police officer with impunity. That is the point of the ATF's regulation. That's why the ATF has promulgated it, Mr. Clyde. And ultimately, I will say, as someone who represents a community that has been besieged by this type of violence in my own community 4 months ago, it will give me great pride to vote to make your amendment out of order. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
I will yield back the balance.
Yeah,
May I respond to that?
I will let you respond.
Okay, thank you. No one can simply buy a bunch of parts and create a firearm, all right? That's not possible.
Mr. Clyde,
You have
the
to,
point of this amendment is to regulate the parts that are being used to build the weapon.
Okay, you have to actually have a manufacturing or skill to do that. And if you can do that, you can do that out of anything.
Yeah, well, I think, thank you. No other questions, right? Do you, Ms. Fishback, you have a question? Or
Mr.
comment?
Chair, I don't actually have a question, other than I just hope that we do take a look at the rules, because we should be acting more dignified, and we should be following the rules about not attacking one another, and we need to make sure that we respect the decorum and
Well,
the tradition of the body. And I am just...
No, I appreciate that, and we do have a 5-minute rule in this committee, which we do not, which we waive all the time, to the benefit of both Republicans and Democrats. We give wide latitude. I will say to you that I regret the way this hearing ended up here tonight.
Thank you.
And to the extent that yeah, my staff informed me earlier that I was snippy to Dr. Burgess, if I was, I apologize to you for that. But I do think that the point that Mr. Perlmutter was trying to make at the beginning, yeah, apparently was, I mean, I interpreted very differently than others did here today, but it goes to the issue of people being painted with broad brushes and being characterized in ways that, quite frankly, are not accurate. And people, we have been in this committee now for a long time because we've been dealing with appropriations bills all week. People, you know, are probably at the end of their rope. But the bottom line is that I think we all need to take some responsibility here in terms of how we conduct ourselves. So I have, you know, we have differences of opinion. There's some very big differences of opinion, but this is, everybody is welcome here, and we will, you know, continue to have to give and take. And I want to yield to Mr. Cole, I think is a...
I actually have a piece of business
Okay,
which
go
I
ahead.
thought might be helpful.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert a statement from Ms. Henson regarding her amendments into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Now, may I say something? I just want to associate myself with your comments. I appreciate the way you lead this committee. I appreciate the example you set. We deal with a lot of contentious issues up here. Nothing wrong with that. That's kind of the nature of being in Congress. And every now and then people will lose their tempers, but I think you're right. I think, you know, by and large, we just need to remember the better angels of our respective natures, and we'll be fine. We'll get through this thing okay. It was just a pretty tense time. But thank you again for the example you set, the manner in which you lead, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
I appreciate that. I think we're all emotional. We've all been through a lot these last few months, and we all have, you know, it is what it is here. But in any event, I think that is no other questions of this panel. You are free to go. Thank you very much. And there's no other, are there any members who wish to testify on HR 4373, HR 4346, or HR 4505? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing. And do we have any updates?
Later tonight or 9
Yeah.
a.m.
So, I mean, this is what I propose. I mean, we're going to have, hey, we need, so, I'm running by Ray. So, I mean, I think votes are around 8 or 8:30. That's what I'm being told. There'll be several votes, which will probably take us well beyond 10 o'clock. I mean, my view is, my preference is if in 1 minute, like we don't get we can't finish the work in terms of the amendments, my suggestion would be, unless you disagree, rather than meeting at the end of votes later tonight, that maybe we meet at 9 in the morning tomorrow to report out this rule. Does anyone have a preference?
We have a majority on this side of the room.
I know, but
Well,
I'm asking
I know,
both.
they talk to us too.
Yeah. What? What I'm saying is that there are amendments that are still being refined, right? So votes are at 8 or 8:30. There's a series of votes. votes take about a half an hour apiece. That gets us into maybe 10, 10:30. So the question is, do you want to meet at 10:30, or would you prefer to meet at 9?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I just share the wisdom of my sainted mother? Nothing good happens after 10 o'clock at night. So I would go with your original suggestion.
Yeah, and I think we'll all get a good, I think we'll all be better.
I can smoke and drink.
All right. Okay, all right, so is that I mean, do you think? All right. All right, well, we could figure out how we go from there. All right, okay. All right, without objection, the committee stands at recess, subject to the call of the chair.